Okay, good morning and welcome back for the second day of the conference. Yesterday we had a great program, but today promises to keep that level. We are going to start with Francesco Bianchi, who is going to speak about perceptions of public debt and policy expectations, evidence from cross-country surveys, and the discussant will be Eric Mengus. Francesco, the floor is yours.
So first of all, thanks a lot for including the paper in the program. This is a joint work with ERA, Deborah Norris, and Salma Khalid, that is also at the IMF. Okay, so what we are interested in this paper is to understand how the public thinks about fiscal policy. So I don't need to explain to this audience that post-pandemic we had an important increase in debt to GDP ratio. But this went to add to a pre-existing trend, in the sense that debt to GDP ratio had been increasing for a while across several countries. And if you look at also the global economy, basically we have the debt to GDP ratio is an historical maximum. And now what we know also is that the debt to GDP ratio could have been even higher if it had not been for a large part of inflation that we had post-pandemic. So this used to be a little bit more of a problem of emerging economies that you have on the right-hand side here, but now clearly we have large stocks of debt in advanced economies as well. And naturally, we are having a conversation about how we are going to undo this, how we are going to build a little bit of fiscal space for the next recession. So at the same time, we know that fiscal adjustments are quite unpopular. In fact, ERA in another paper documented that actually disappeared from the political discourse. In the sense, if you look at manifestos of different parties, essentially they don't talk about fiscal policy that much anymore, if not about redistributing some resources across people, but there is really no attempt of saying how we are going to pay for all of this. On top of that, more like on, let's say, the academic side of this debate, so we actually had a very nice keynote speech yesterday from Marios that spoke of these aspects. So in our models, we typically have a representative agent that is perfectly informed. At the very least, we want to think about heterogeneity in agents, and that was the focus of Marios' talk yesterday. Here we are going to take a little bit of a different angle with respect to the heterogeneity and try to understand how informed different agents are with respect to fiscal issues. So this paper asks a lot of questions. So this is actually the first time that I personally present it. So this is also going to be useful to understand what we should focus our attention on, because there are a lot of very interesting results. And I'll try to emphasize a couple of them. But we ask questions starting from the very high level, how much people understand of how fiscal policy works, how the government budget constraint works, down to how they think adjustments will occur. Do they think they will occur at their expenses or at somebody else's expenses? Do they think that they will be effective? And we are going to focus quite a bit on does previous experience with fiscal consolidations matter for their beliefs about how effective or what kind of policies will be implemented? And finally, in the last part of the paper, we are also going to check what kind of causal effect informing agents of the current fiscal situation has on their beliefs, on their expectations about the future. So let me summarize the main results. As I was saying, I'm going to try to focus on a couple of them. There is more in the paper, but here, also in the interest of time, I'm going to focus on what I find particularly interesting. So the first key result is that for the general population, fiscal knowledge is quite limited. There seems to be really a little bit of a hard time in even understanding the basic math of how the government budget constraint works. At the same time, there is a small fraction of the population that tends to be wealthier and higher educated and older that instead seems to understand these dynamics way better. And again, thinking about heterogeneity, perhaps we want to start thinking about models in which there is a smaller fraction of the population, potentially that is the one pricing bonds, that actually understands how the government budget constraint works. In general, there is a tendency to underestimate debt in high debt countries. So what that means is that people might not be even fully aware of how complicated the fiscal situation is. And there is an expectation that most of the adjustments will happen on taxes. And this is relevant because it confirms a little bit the prior that once you start establishing some benefits, it's really hard to take them back. The other interesting results is that Asians seem to have a sort of pessimism with respect to who will pay for this fiscal adjustment when it will occur. They all think that it will disproportionately fall on themselves. And I'm going to try to connect to some literature with respect to this. And finally, I'm going to talk about what happens when you inform them of the current fiscal situations. There seems to be the right movement in the sense that once you explain to them that debt is higher than what they thought, Asians tend to expect higher taxes or lower spending, but this varies a lot depending on the trajectory of the country and if the Asians had previous experience with fiscal consolidations. Okay, so let me just jump into the survey. So this is a survey that we conduct with the YouGov, and of course the IMF was the other co-partner. And the period, we look at April-May 2024, and it's a pretty representative survey of this set of countries that you see here. And you can see that it's a very heterogeneous group of countries. So for advanced economy, we have Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, UK, and the US. So we have a wide spectrum of economies across different regions. And for emerging economies, we also try to pick some countries that we believe are representative of a certain type. So we have Argentina and Brazil on one side, and Hungary and Poland on the other side, so two ex-Soviet bloc countries. Without getting into all the details, we check the background of the respondents, their demographics, their self-reported income, their self-reported wealth, meaning if they own financial assets, if they have investment portfolios, and so on and so forth. We check their beliefs. We check their beliefs in general about the quality of the government, how much you can trust the government, but then more factually about how large the debt-to-GDP ratio is in your country, what do you think the taxes are high or low, and then we move to essentially the key part of our survey, that is, what are the policy expectations in light of your beliefs? What do you think is going to happen to taxes, spending, and within these two broad categories, how exactly you think that fiscal adjustment is going to occur? And finally, we're also interested in understanding if Asians think there is going to be a role for inflation in all of these, and how effective these fiscal stabilizations will be. Okay, so let me start with the first part, in a sense, the basic understanding. So how well do people understand the government budget constraint, and how accurate are their beliefs about the current fiscal situations, and also what kind of heterogeneity we find in the data. Okay, so here is a very colorful table. So here, as usual, blue means good, red means not so good. And these questions that we are asking here is basic government budget constraint math. So for example, what happens to the deficit if you increase the spending? Or what happens to the deficit if you reduce the spending? So there seems to be, first of all, you can see there is a lot of red. What that means is that for many questions, Asians tend to give the wrong answer. Literally, they think that the variables are going to move in the opposite direction of what is in fact true. There seems to be a difference with respect to how you ask the question. So people seem to have a little bit of problems with double negatives. So even if you ask the same economic concept, they seem to understand better what happens to a deficit if you increase spending with respect if you decrease spending. So that might be some kind of behavioral bias, or it might be literally that they have a hard time really thinking about the double negative. But in general, you can see that even when we are looking at the correct answer, the top country in these dimensions in the Netherlands, that would be the fourth column here, and you still have a fairly limited percentage of people give the right answer. So here is 72%. So in general, there seems to be a fairly large fraction of the population, perhaps because they don't care, because maybe it's not relevant to them, that they haven't really spent much time thinking about the government budget constraint and even the simple math behind it. However, once you start digging more, things look a little bit richer than this, in the sense, while it's true that if you take a random sample of the population, you will find several people that seem to have a hard time in understanding the government budget constraint, when you look at their characteristics, you find that once Asians are wealthier and older, they tend to give the right answer. So here we do this in two ways. So on the left-hand side, you do this with we do this with a regression, in which we basically build a score of how accurate the responses of a particular respondent are. On the right-hand side, we use a random forest that is just a way to figure out which characteristics are more predictive of somebody giving the correct answers. And as I was saying, we find that mostly wealth and age are the driving force. Now, thinking about what that means for our economic models, again, we might think that there is a small fraction of the population that has a lot of wealth for which these things matter, and so they spend more time thinking about the current fiscal state and what happens if you change things around. The other key question that we ask in terms of basic knowledge is, what do you think the debt to GDP ratio in your country currently is? And so the diamond here, the blue diamond here, is what actually the debt to GDP ratio is in the different countries. And then you have what people responded. And on the left-hand side, you have the current value. The right-hand side, there is what you think is going to be in 5 years. So what you can see is that for countries that have low debt to GDP ratio, relatively low debt to GDP ratio, answers are actually quite accurate. So it's not like people are completely oblivious to what happens. But countries that have high levels of debt to GDP ratio, agents tend to really underestimate how high the debt to GDP ratio is. And again, this might speak of the fact that these debates kind of were progressively removed from the political discourse. In a sense, we simply ignore it, and so people are less informed about these issues, or at least how severe the issues are. And even in this case, of course, we find that people that have larger financial wealth are more likely to report the correct answer. I'm going to skip this. It's basically saying that everybody feels that debt is too high, spending is too high, taxes are too high, but somehow we don't do anything about it, but it's actually remarkable. But in general, there is an expectation that debt will rise or stay high. Again, this is important. There is only one exception, Argentina, and that's interesting because this was around the time that Milei got elected. So in Argentina, people actually felt that debt was going to come down. So this is remarkable because it simply means that people really don't expect anything to be done about these key issues of our times. Okay, so when it comes to the policy beliefs, of course, this is what people think the current fiscal situation is. We are interested in understanding how they think is going to be resolved, okay? So the first thing we find is that tax increases are way more expected than spending cuts. The other thing I found interesting here is that, oh, that's in the next slide, sorry. Let me anticipate it now, is that people don't expect military spending to actually be touched. And this could have two interpretations. One, because they realize that the times are different, geopolitical risk is high, or simply because in many of these countries, military spending is already quite low. But when it comes to this slide, you see there is a lot of blue in the bottom panel. What is that bottom panel? That's the likelihood of the government increasing taxes. So it's the top part of the table says very likely. So it means that people expect that a lot of the adjustment will be done through taxation. And again, when we think about the economics of these, it can be a little bit of a problem in the sense that in many of these countries, taxation is already elevated. And we know that it's not particularly, they are not particularly efficient. So this also creates a little bit of a cloud for the future, because there is really this perception that once you implement large welfare programs, it's really hard to undo them, or at least to reduce them. This is the table that instead asks the time horizon. Many people think that taxes will increase in the very short run instead for spending much less. Let me skip this one too in the interest of time. The other thing that we found that it's remarkable is that most agents think that the fiscal adjustment will fall on themselves. So here we start from a very broad type of questions. Basically, we give the respondents a menu of possible fiscal adjustments. So let's focus on the bottom table. So that's increasing taxes. And then we ask them, do you think they are going to be on middle-income households? Do you think they are going to be on high-income households, on whole households, and so on and so forth? And so you see that there is a lot of expectations that will fall on middle-income households. But this is in population. Okay, so if you ask the overall population, there is expectation it will fall on the middle-income households, and we know that that's where most of the tax base is. But then within each country, once you look at the characteristics of the different respondents, you find that the respondents tend to think that if they are high wealth, they think that the wealthy people are going to be taxed. If they are middle-income people, they think that middle-income people will be taxed. If they are retirees, they think that pensions will be cut or reduced, and so on and so forth. Again, if we think about our economic models, we assume rational expectation agents. Clearly, this speaks of something different. It speaks of some sort of ambiguity aversion for which, if there is uncertainty about how a certain issue will be resolved, you always assume the worst-case scenario. But the worst-case scenario is the worst-case scenario for you. So there's also probably a little bit of a tendency of not fully capturing the general equilibrium aspects of all of these. So what that means is that my worst-case scenario is simply I will be taxed more. I don't really think about, OK, how that is going to work out for the whole economy. I just think that individually I'm going to be taxed more. And so that's also a direction. So going back to my implications of what we find, I would say heterogeneity in beliefs, and second, possibly ambiguity aversion, that once you don't really put a solution on the table to a problem, agents just move to the worst-case scenario. And so this was for taxes. This is for spending. Okay, so for spending is the same thing. If they benefit of a certain welfare program, they tend to think that that will be reduced. Okay, so then what we are interested in is if prior beliefs are going to matter for what they expect. Okay, and so what we find is that the prior beliefs and expectations of future debt increases, meaning if agents think that debt is going to go up, again correlates with high expectations of tax increases. So this goes back to my previous point that when people think there is the fiscal situation needs to be resolved, they tend to think that this will be mostly on taxes as opposed to spending. Let me again skip this in the interest of time. Another interesting aspect is to check how all these perceptions change based on the lived experience. So there is a literature, the most relevant paper is probably Malmendier and Nagel, that discuss how beliefs about how the economy works or what's going to happen in the future are disproportionately influenced by the personal experience of an individual. So in our case, what is relevant is whether if an individual lived or not during a fiscal consolidation. So we build this indicator for each individual that basically keeps track of if the individual experienced fiscal consolidation during her working life, and how far in the past that was. If it's more recent, of course, it's fresh in your memory, so that should influence your beliefs more than if something happened in the past. And then we want to check how this influences beliefs for agents. And in particular, a past experience, if somebody has had a past experience of fiscal consolidation, in average, that's going to lower the perception of current debt and the level of spending and taxes. So now, when you think about these, given that most people overestimate in high debt countries the level of debt, so that means that people are a bit more aware of the correct level. And symmetrically, going back to my previous point that people think that fiscal issues are mostly going to be resolved through taxations, if you have past consolidation experience, the expectations of a tax increase is going to go up. Okay, so again, people seem to have this perception that any fiscal solution will mostly involve taxes, and this seems to be more true if they live through a fiscal consolidation. Now, the other thing that we are interested in is what do these beliefs do to the perception about the future? Are agents thinking that the future is brighter once we are done these fiscal consolidations, or the other way around? And in general, we find across a different, very broad set of questions that the experience of past consolidations make people less optimistic about the future. And this is across very different ranges. starting from, will the fiscal consolidation work? That would be the first set of regressions. And in general, the perception is like, no, they won't work. And up to, are you going to be better off, you personally, after this fiscal consolidation, and so on and so forth. So there seems to be pessimism both about the effectiveness of any fiscal consolidation and also in terms of what will happen to my personal circumstances. This is an interesting result that we are currently exploring more, because it might have something to do that, in a sense, in our sample, there are some repeated offenders that go through repeated fiscal consolidations. And in a sense, if you have a fiscal consolidation but without resolving the underlying issues, you might be up for another fiscal consolidation later on. And when you think about this idea that most fiscal consolidations involve an increase in taxes but not really a change in spending, one possible explanation is that if you have essentially too generous welfare programs with respect to what you can extract in terms of tax revenues, these are going to stay with you longer, especially with an aging population. And so you might get into these repeated fiscal issues unless you structurally address the underlying problem. Okay, so in the last 4 minutes and a half that I have, I'm going to talk about the treatments that we implemented. So we started with the very simple, the simplest thing we could think of, informing agents of the debt level. Treatment number 2, a subset of these agents were also informed of the accounting of the government budget constraint. We basically told them, explain a bit better what happens when you change deficits, what happens to debt, what happens when you change taxes, what happens to deficit, and so on and so forth. Basically, we explained to them the government budget constraint. And finally, the third one, it's instead of telling them simply where debt is today, we also tell them where it's projected to go. So that should give them a better sense of the issue, because you can have a large stock of debt that is expected to decline, like arguably happened after World War II, or you might have a high stock of debt that is expected to increase, like the current situation. So again, let me skip this in the interest of time. So what we find is that the treatments work in the sense that they move beliefs about what's going to happen in the right direction. So again, let's go back to what I was saying in the very beginning. People seem to be a bit confused about exactly how the government budget constraint works, but somehow when you tell them debt is higher than what you thought, they actually reduce they actually move expectations of tax increases in the right direction, meaning once they learn that debt is higher, the expectations of tax increases goes down. And then when they are informed, so when it comes to expectations of spending cuts, what matters to them. So on the left, let me explain something important here. On the first column over here, I'm looking at countries for which debt was stable over the sample. So these are agents that actually learn that debt is lower than what they thought. Okay, so that's column 1. So if they learn that debt is lower than what they thought, then naturally they should expect that tax increases are less likely. And that's exactly what we find. You don't find that in the second column where the agents learn that debt is higher than what they thought. Okay, so in that sense, sorry, I skipped this part, it's important. Of course, you inform them of debt, but what matters is what their prior beliefs were. And so if you are in a country in which debt is actually low, people tend to learn that debt is lower than what they thought. If you're in a country that debt is high, agents learn that debt is higher than what they thought, okay? And so you can see that for countries where agents learn that debt is higher than what they thought, that would be the last column over there, the expectation of a spending cut goes up, meaning again, they realize that something will have to give. Then, of course, all of this depends on what their prior beliefs were. And then all of this also is influenced by past consolidation. In particular, past consolidation amplifies the effects of these treatments, in the sense they become more powerful, especially with respect on expectations of spending cuts in country with rising debt. Again, here what matters is that agents learn that debt is higher than what they thought. Okay, so I'm almost out of time, so let me conclude with a brief summary of what the policy implications are. So we spend a lot of time on communicating monetary policy. Clearly, we spend much less time on communicating fiscal policy and the relevant trade-offs. I think this started occurring more often. So we were actually, before the panel, this session, we were talking about how in France, Guillaume actually got a little bit more into the public debate and explained the trade-offs when it comes to taxations. But definitely we could do more, and we could possibly learn something by central bank communication. When it comes to economics, I think I try to outline to you what the directions for future research, in our opinion, are based on these results, and to think about heterogeneity in beliefs, heterogeneity in wealth related to these beliefs. Some people are more informed than others, perhaps because it matters more to them. And finally, this idea that perhaps Asians tend to be ambiguity averse. Once they have uncertainty, they always think that things are going to be bad for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Also for sticking to the time constraint.
Despite being Italian.
Eric.
Okay. So
it's coming, I think.
The slides, yeah, thank you. So thanks to the organizer for inviting me to discuss these extremely interesting papers on perception of public debt. Okay, so I mean, we all know that large level of public debt is now a quasi-global phenomenon. There are only a few exceptions, and this requires policies. A lot of policies, like both on the monetary side and on the fiscal side. But we have also one problem here, that in morals, we know that those policies and the efficiency of those policies depends a lot on the way the private sector, either firms or households, think about fiscal policies. And the problem we have, we as academics, is that still little is known about the effect and the perception by the private agents of those policies. And so this paper is actually providing us with a lot of evidence from multiple countries to think about those issues somewhat more. And so let me skip the summary of the paper. Francesco did an amazing job already on this to tell you a little bit more about how I see the paper. So this paper is actually providing a strong push to this literature on the way households think about fiscal policy and think about fiscal and public finance, sorry. And this has a lot of implication for fiscal and monetary policy. There is a lot of food for thought in the paper. So what I'm going to talk about in this discussion are three main points. The first one that I learned by reading this paper is that fiscal consolidation may backfire, and may backfire along multiple dimensions. I'm going to talk about long-run growth, I'm going to talk about the effect on fiscal consolidation itself, and I'm going to talk also about inflation. The second thing is there's also an understanding of the recent period in the paper. And this has to do with why fiscal consolidation contributes to lower trust and to pessimism among households. And the last point is that the paper gives us a lot of food for thought also on a concept that is key to think about fiscal policy and in its interaction with monetary policy, which is fiscal space. So I'm going to have also some couple of words on that topic. Okay, so let me start with the first point. I think that in the paper, we have a new channel to think about fiscal stagnation. Yesterday, Luca presented a paper in which higher taxes will reduce incentives to innovate, or he mentions also in this paper that it can go through public spending via the supply of public goods. But here in the paper, you have a new channel for this. Actually, fiscal consolidation and the experience of fiscal consolidation will have an effect on trust and on pessimism. This, we know from the literature on growth, that this has an effect on long-term growth. You have plenty of evidence that actually lower institutional growth, lower institutional trust leads to lower growth in the long run. And there are many papers on the topic, starting with the paper by Yann Algan and Pierre Cipollone. So this leads me to a couple of comments on this connection. We want to know a little bit more. In the questionnaire of the survey, we have also a question regarding interpersonal trust. So it's not necessarily the most directed variable, but perhaps there is also an effect on the way people think about their relationship to others in the context in which there is fiscal consolidation putting pressure on everybody in the society. And we also know that interpersonal trust from this growth literature is an important driver of long-run growth. A second question is also about the portability of experience of fiscal consolidation. So suppose that I was in a country, I experienced fiscal consolidation, I should think that, oh, that's not good for the macroeconomy, I trust less governments. So if I immigrate to another country, do I have still some effect of that experience when immigrating? So that's something that this growth literature has pushed forward, and it would be also interesting to think about this kind of connection in the context of your survey. Okay, but there is something that I cannot prevent myself to make a connection while reading the paper. A graph that I'm showing to my student at HEC Paris is the following one. So this is a graph from the World Economic Outlook so by the IMF 2 years ago. This graph is about the effect of fiscal consolidation on the debt to GDP ratio. So here, on the X line, you have 0 corresponds to the year of the implementation of fiscal consolidation, and then you have the subsequent years. So the effect, if any, of fiscal consolidation is that debt to GDP ratio is not going down, it's going up. But it's precisely what we don't want with fiscal consolidation. So there is a natural question. Is there any sort of fiscal consolidation fatigue? You experience fiscal consolidation, but it's not delivering on the main variable of interest. So my question then was, okay, is it the case in the sample of countries covered by the survey? And the answer is yes. Let me give you an example with France. So that's the debt to GDP ratio for France, and the shaded area corresponds to periods of fiscal consolidation. So you have a lot of period of fiscal consolidation in France. It's like between 30 and 40%. But look at the GDP ratio. It has increased by a lot. Is it the case only for France? The answer is no. For a large set of the countries in the sample, you have fiscal consolidation corresponding to between 20 and 40% of the years covered by the survey. And second, if you accept Japan, you put Japan aside, countries with higher debt in 2024 at the end of the survey have actually spent many more years doing fiscal consolidation. Just to give you a number, if you spend one additional year of fiscal consolidation, it's associated with a higher debt to GDP ratio of about 10 percentage points. Okay? So in a way, perhaps also the causality can go in the other direction. You need fiscal consolidation when you have large debt. But overall, I'm not sure that the households make that connection. They simply see a lot of fiscal consolidation and still very large level of debt. Okay, so this leads me to two comments. One is about what you can do with the survey. So in the survey, it's also possible to distinguish between successful and less successful fiscal consolidation. So either using the fiscal consolidation variable and say, okay, perhaps some of them did succeed to reduce the debt to GDP ratio and some of them did not. Or it's also possible to look directly at the effect on debt to GDP ratio. But it's also connected to a potential other story behind the fiscal consolidation. And Francesco touches a little bit the topic during his presentation. It's also possible that actually all those fiscal consolidation was of very limited efficacy. And the main reason is perhaps that they did not touch the deep, important problems that can be connected to welfare programs. Think about pensions, think about healthcare, that are slowly drying up fiscal resources, especially with aging, and people see those problems still running on despite a lot of years of fiscal consolidation. So that, for me, it's connected to the idea of insidious fiscal dominance that Eric Lipper mentioned in a column in 2023. And he's saying that in a way this idea is connected to the fact that governments may actually kick the can down the road and do not implement those deep reforms, focusing perhaps on less efficient measures, with the idea that perhaps at some point they are going to be rescued by the monetary authority. And this is one point that I'm also pushing forward with from co-authors Jean-Barthélemy and Guillaume Plantin, that actually it's maybe optimal for government to do so, and even to not only to postpone adjustment, but also to double down on debt in those kind of context. Okay, so this connects actually now with my second implication on monetary policy. So you've seen in Francesco's presentation that there is a connection between experience of fiscal consolidation and the potential effect on debt, on inflation. It's associated with higher inflation expectation. So one very natural question we may ask here is it something that Francesco is an expert on? Is it fiscal dominance? Or is it something more connected with pessimism? With pessimism, about pessimism, the idea is simply that households associate inflation as a bad outcome, and they connect that with bad macroeconomic outcomes in general, and we have evidence for this, for example, Binetti and Stancheva recently. The idea of fiscal dominance is different. It's connected with fiscal space. How much households think about the fiscal space of the government, and whether the fiscal space is limited, in which case they will connect debt expectation with inflation expectation. So this is connected with the evidence that Francesco provided in a recent paper with Barrow, and I have also some work with Philippe Andrade and other co-authors linking those, providing micro evidence of people's view, households' view about fiscal space and how they connect debt with inflation. But here there are two potential policy implications in the paper. The first one is that, if you're doing fiscal consolidation that does not work, the ultimate effect is that those people may expect higher inflation because of fiscal dominance risk. And so what we argue with Philippe and other co-authors is that actually those kind of fiscal dominance risk is something that is very hard to handle by monetary policy. It's not actually something that monetary policy can directly handle. It requires more fiscal discipline, and it's not so on the side of monetary policy. But then it relates to a second comment on communication. One of the policy implications of this paper is whether you need to communicate on public debt. And here the main problem with communicating is that it may backfire. The main reason is that if you increase that expectation on the household side, they may also translate those higher debt expectation into higher inflation expectation. So it may actually reinforce the problem. So at a minimum, this means that it's not only communicating about debt, which is important. It's also communicating about debt and efficient, not fiscal consolidation, but efficient fiscal consolidation. We need to convince households that it's not going to be solved by inflation, those debt problems. Okay, so then, I mentioned this concept about fiscal space, so I have 3 minutes to talk about it. So the paper has a lot of also very important messages on households' perceptions of fiscal space. And why? Because we know from that paper that fiscal space the perception of fiscal space is connected to the fact that also households think that they will pay a disproportionately large cost related to the fiscal consolidation. So if there is fiscal consolidation, I'm going to pay more tax, or I'm going to see less transfer towards me. So then, it means that if I have to think about their perception about fiscal space, I need to understand why they think that they cannot be taxed further, or they cannot, we cannot cut spending that those households benefit. And I think that there are two potential explanations for why you may think those things can be limited. The first one is a political economy one. I don't think that's possible because I'm part of an influent group, and the government, our pushback will push the government to withdraw that reform. The second explanation is much more economic in a way. It's a Laffer curve type of argument. I cannot be taxed because simply, I cannot pay, and so the government will not be able to raise any extra resources out of me. The paper can actually also try to dig a little bit further whether the political economy or the economic constraint explanation are important. Indeed, in the paper, we already know from some tables in the appendix, and there is a lot of materials in the paper, that what matters is actually, in terms of experience, are the spending-based consolidations. But we also have data on whether people are rich or poor, and we know their political inclination. So using both variables can give us some further information whether they think it's the political economy or the economic constraint that may be at stake here. Final point on fiscal space. In the end, the assumption here in the paper is that all the debt has to be paid either by primary surpluses or if not by inflation. But in the sample, we have many countries actually belonging to a monetary union, the euro area, and we know a little bit this in this institution. So we have in particular France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands. And in the past, we did experience some transfers within that monetary union, and there are some evidence by Pierre-Olivier Gourin-Chaz and Philippe Martin and Todd Messer. So, but at the end, we also know that there is a joint budget constraint in this area. And there are some work by Sebastian in the room on the possibility that this leads to fiscal dominance. So the question is also how households think about those kind of budget constraint problems in a monetary union, whether they think that there may be some transfer from the rest of the area. Okay, so let me skip the last point and conclude. So I think it's a very important paper which pushes the frontier of knowledge on the way households perceived public finance and fiscal policy. I think it's very important to have those evidence for the way high debt countries are going to manage their high level of debt. And what is important here is that we open a lot of new dimension to understand those beliefs. Political economy is one dimension, experience in another, and all this has critical implication, of course, for monetary and fiscal policies. Thanks a lot.
Good, thank you, Eric. We collect, as usual, a few questions before moving on. Okay, we start here on the right-hand side.
Thank you, Jacopo Cimadomo from the ECB. Thanks, Francesco Andira. Very, very nice paper. I have a question about the survey itself and the question, because my perception is that many people do not understand what is public debt itself. So the first question I would ask is, so can you give me a definition of public debt? What is public debt? Even before asking how high it is, how it could be repaid, and so on, because we know that, financial literacy is very low in general, even in advanced countries. So my understanding is that, my prior is that many people will not know what is public debt. The second question is about Japan, because in your chart comparing actual debt and perception, I mean, Japan clearly stands as an outlier because there is a big gap between the two. So is there anything specific about Japan? And does the fact that debt in Japan is predominantly held domestically, as opposed to, for example, Latin American country where debt is held abroad, play a role? Also because, probably the coverage in the media about sustainability, public debt, and so on is lower in a country where debt is held domestically, as opposed to Latin American and other countries which are more exposed to foreign shocks. Thanks a lot.
Very, very nice paper, Francesco and co-authors, and it's really informative to see what the perceptions of the public are. I had a comment related to, we saw in Eric's discussion these multiple consolidations in France, to the point that it looks like that pretty much every budget in France is a consolidation. And that kind of raises the question of how meaningful these consolidations are, and whether really this should be the kind of variable of interest there. So on kind of two comments related to that. The first is just kind of practical for you. is maybe looking at experiences of kind of debt crises and how they change your perception. Because that's a real, consolidation, who knows what that really means. But a debt crisis is something real. I'm sure that, in Greece following the crisis and the UK after even the mini budget crisis, perceptions really changed. And I'm not even sure in which direction, but they definitely would have changed. The other kind of more policy-related comment is, a point I've been making for some time now is that a negative side effect of the fiscal rules in Europe and UK and elsewhere is I think that they have disincentivized real consolidation, real reform, because it, what it incentivizes is the really piecemeal measures to just meet the whatever 3% deficit target. So you do that one little tax in your budget that will get you to your make you be within your fiscal envelope. But then the way we used to deal with this is to have these episodic, very large tax reforms and or expenditure reforms, and I think that has been disincentivized in the current policy framework.
Can you pass it back to Philip, please? Okay, Philip, then Marius, then Sebastian.
Yeah, thank you very much. Philip Rother from the ECB. Two questions on the political side. You do ask for political orientation, but in the current political environment, what may be much, or at least as important, is the degree of political fragmentation. Are people willing to compromise? And that is what is key for any consolidation, that they find a way to compromise. And apparently in many democracies this is being eroded. So maybe that's something to also check into. Another technical question on the treatments. Of course, things seem to be significant. But what is the size of the effect? Does it really matter? Does it make much of a difference, or is it just a low effect? It's significant, but it just doesn't change much. Thank you very much.
To Marius, please.
Thank you. Amazing paper. I really love the wealth of information that we get from this. I think we understand very little about how people actually think about these issues. And I'm thinking in the Greek experience, I think one of the benefits of the fiscal consolidation is that people started understanding that there's an intertable budget constraint. In the 80s and the 90s, most of the Greeks were getting salaries, benefits, subsidies, with a lot of debt accumulating, and they couldn't understand. So I think maybe a good part of fiscal consolidations is understanding what's going on. It's an information treatment in some sense. The other part that, maybe it's for the next paper, or you raise my appetite. It's fiscal consolidations are an interesting policy experiment in the sense that the direct effect is visible and you understand it. It's a negative effect on your, on your wallet, okay? And all the good stuff about fiscal consolidation are very, in the future through supply sides and equilibrium effects. So things that may materialize but may be harder, to trust they will happen and so on. And I would wonder if, if we were to look from households that maybe are thinking more about the short run, and we were to look at firms, investment, and FDI, if that kind of the good part is more easily understood by them, or and I think that's important to understand whether at the end of the day we should expect, in the short run something bad, but in the long run, investment growth may be driven more by these things. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Sebastian here in front, and let's try to keep the last three questions more short, please, so we give a few seconds to Francesco.
Sure. So it's a very interesting and rich set of results. So on your very first result, kind of this evidence for seemingly lack of understanding of the government budget constraint. So do we know from the literature on financial literacy whether households have a better understanding of their own budget constraint? In comparing these, that would give us some evidence on whether it's really kind of a lack of understanding of basic accounting or something else like terminology or general equilibrium effects. Thanks.
Evie at the back, please.
I am glad because two of my comments are already addressed, so I will just say one thing. So here, I think that we also have to think about commitment versus discretion, in the sense that, you might have high government turnover in the countries that you're looking at. So like people, they don't keep track because, there's no commitment, lack of commitment from the part of the government. I will let you know about the rest when we break.
On the other side, Leo, please.
Super interesting paper. Again, now to be very quick, if the idea is, to test what people understand intertemporally or also intergenerationally, why not including a question more directly to aspects of the pension system? For example, asking them whether they expect current funding, the retirement age to go up or down. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be surprised if the priors are not too bad, because fiscal is a very general term, but in many countries we have a very intense public debate currently about aspects of the pension system. And then the other question mentioned also by Eric, if public debt gets too high, and then this inflationary way out that may loom. On this, there's parallel literature, and in Germany, for example, experiencing at least two hyperinflations at the beginning of the 20th century. This has not been, remembered by people who went through this, but this has been passed on intergeneration across generations, right? So this is there's a link, right?
Thanks, Leo. Let's give 2 minutes.
Yeah. No.
Maybe you can continue. No?
These were all great comments. So let me start from, first of all, thanks a lot to Eric. I think he also did a great job in further connecting to the existing literature, to policy, economic implications, the policy implications. So that was a great discussion. I think I don't have much to answer there, but thanks for making all these very, very valid points. And the questions were, I think, more like very good comments. So let me briefly try to address, starting from the last one. Yeah, I agree that a lot of the debate actually is about retirement age. We have implicitly some of it when we think about benefits going up or down, but it's fair enough that it's not exactly the same if people expect the retirement age to change. The commitment versus discretion, I agree that part of the distrust might be that whoever makes decisions today is not going to be responsible for the consequences. Sebastian, I think it's a good point to check whether people understand their own budget constraint. I mean, as opposed to the government budget constraint. My primary would be yes, but it's just not informed, so we can look at yes in the literature and see if we have some evidence on this. Mario's point, yeah, I totally agree on this idea that perhaps a debt crisis is a teaching moment. Was that maybe Jacopo that was saying, or Ethan? Somebody said, yeah, Ethan, saying, oh, maybe you should check more debt crisis instead of fiscal consolidations. Because fiscal consolidations, I think they definitely have this flavor of like a recurrent small measure that we do repeatedly. And this connects very well with what you were saying about fiscal rules. So fiscal rules in Chile, for example, they seem to work much better, for which they're supposed to run a primary surplus during good times and a primary deficit during bad times. Instead, the way they are designed in Europe, they might very well backfire because you always try to be on the boundary, on this limit that you have. Philip raised some good points about political fragmentation. I think it's really a problem. Yes, I think that it's not that just people have different opinions, it's just they perceive the other side as an enemy. I don't want to say everybody, but definitely a larger share of the population than in the past. And there are some sociological issues here that have to do with, anyway, it's a much broader conversation about what was keeping us together versus why things have changed recently. And Mario's point on you don't see the benefit of fiscal consolidation, so more in general or reforms, definitely. I think people totally miss the general equilibrium effects. I think it's always this idea it's going to come at my expenses, and I don't really see the benefits. Jacopo, Anno wrote a paper called What About Japan? Because Japan always stands out, and there are two key things about Japan. The first one is that the way they report debt is different than other countries. So the number might be, the headline number that they report might be misleading. Nevertheless, they still have high debt to GDP ratio even when you do the proper accounting. And in part they do, and that's the paper by Hanno, massive fiscal repression. So I think it's very much related to what you're saying. is mostly domestically held, and essentially it's retirees that are financing the government. I think it was in your discussion that there was this idea, oh, does everything has to be present discount value of future primary surpluses?
Yeah,
no?
exactly.
Yeah, that's part of it. Of course, how you discount these shows up in there with the convenience yield. There were a lot of other good points, but I feel like I'm already like a minute over, so I should probably stop here. But thanks for all the comments and questions.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And we move on to the next paper that will be presented by Roberto Perotti. It's on expected macroeconomic effects of fiscal policies in the EU through a new data set on narrative measures, and the discussant will be Massimo Giuliadori.
Thank you. So this is a paper with a long title and a long list of co-authors. So this is an empirical, a first pass at an empirical investigation of the effects of fiscal policy with a new narrative data set. And let me start with the data set. So we use data that are collected in the Eurosystem, and the Eurosystem conducts 4 projection exercises per year, and they quantify the effects of the different fiscal measures in the member countries and other countries. And so these questionnaires fulfilled 3 purposes. They detail all the implemented fiscal measures. They classify the nature, fiscal category, permanent versus transitory. It quantifies the effects of each fiscal measure taken in each country in each year in terms of millions of euros. And the dynamics, how long it takes, when they're implemented, when they're announced. So it does not include yet the regional data set. It does not include the approval dates, and does not include the endogenous versus exogenous nature of each measure. So the starting date is 2003. It has a comprehensive coverage of all relevant fiscal measures. So every tax measure, every spending measure, the whole budget. It's a harmonized data set for all these countries. So the end result is 14,000 data points, essentially, for 27 countries, of which 5,000 for the big 4 countries. And not all of them are non-zero, of course, but in principle, there are 14,000 data points. So here is the breakdown. I'm not going to go through that, but here is a breakdown of the different measures. So what we do with this original data set, for the big 4 countries, we do a manual classification measure by measure, and we process the official documentation of each measure in each country manually. And then for the other 23 countries, we use the methodologies that we have trained the 4 big countries on to implement a machine learning algorithm that replicates these results for the 23 countries. And so we include both restricted and expansionary measures. So contrary to many data sets that have been used, narrative data sets that have been used recently, we cover the whole set of measures. And we also record the timing of approval, the announcement, the timing of approval, and the timing of implementation. So the end result is that we have essentially a data set of exogenous, surprise, discretionary, narrative changes to government spending, government taxes, each category, with the recording of the announcement and the implementation. So it's announced between a time t for time t up to t plus 10, each measure. So we use this data set to look at, introduce the notion of conditional multiplier, and I will explain what this is. So the basic takeaway is that we find, contrary to many recent contributions, we find large spending multipliers in the order of 2, and small tax multipliers in the order of 1 to 0. And so the actual numbers are debatable, and we find a certain range of numbers, but the basic takeaway is that there is no evidence, at the very least, that spending multipliers are smaller than tax multipliers, contrary to the results of a large recent literature. So here is, so let me skip this. So here is our empirical strategy. We first look at impulse response functions. And so the first line is a standard impulse response function. U is the spending shock, and it's the sum of this narrative exogenous surprise change at time t for t, and time t for t plus 1, t plus 2, t plus 3. So this gives a compact measure of the fiscal plan in terms of government spending. And Q is the same thing in terms of government revenues. So in this paper, which is the first pass at the data set, we look at total government, primary government spending, total tax revenues. So this is the variable of interest. And again, in this first pass, we look at output, government spending, and revenues, actual output, actual government spending, actual revenues. And we have a set of fixed and country fixed country and year fixed effects. W is a set of controls. And of course, U and Q, the two shocks, spending shocks and revenue shocks, in principle are correlated with each other. So there is the usual issue of what is what. So the way to resolve that is to look at two different Koleski orthogonalization and make sure that the results are similar, whether a spending shock comes first or the spending shock comes second. In this particular version, we look at the dependent variable is the proportional, the percentage change in the variable, t versus t minus 1, t plus 1 versus t minus 1, t plus 2 versus t minus 1, and so on, which is converted in shares of GDP by multiplying the logarithmic change by the average share of the variable in GDP. So here is the set of impulse responses, and we have responses at the top, in the top row to government spending shocks. The first panel at the top is the response of GDP. The second, the response of government spending itself. The third is the response of tax revenues to a spending shock. The bottom row is the same for the response to tax shocks. And you can't see them because they overlap, but we present the responses to both government spending shocks when they order first and second, and it's reassuring that it doesn't matter whether one comes first or second. So the top right, the response of government or GDP, when government spending, you have a unit shock in terms of GDP to government spending. GDP rises up to 2 percentage points after 3 years. Government spending itself increases by a peak of 0.7, 0.8 percentage points. Government revenues don't move much in response to government spending shocks. The bottom row is the response of cyclically adjusted of GDP, cyclically adjusted tax revenues and government spending to a tax shock. GDP doesn't move much. Government spending declines considerably, and this is important to keep in mind. And taxes increase by about twice the amount that government spending declines in response to a tax shock. So with these responses, you can calculate the average multiplier, the unconditional multiplier, which is a standard multiplier that is being measured in the literature. So you essentially calculate the integral at each horizon below the response of GDP and the integral below the response of government spending. So the top left panel and top middle panel, the integral of the two responses, and you divide one by the other. That's essentially the unconditional multiplier, the way it is computed by virtually everybody. And the same for tax revenues. You can compute the unconditional tax multiplier. And this is what happens if you do that. The government spending multiplier in blue is about 2 at all horizons. This tax multiplier is in red. It's -2 on impact, and then it goes up towards 0. The problem with this unconditional multiplier is that when you shock government spending, you attribute all the change in GDP to the change in government spending itself. But revenues might change as well in response to a government spending shock. The same for the tax multiplier. You attribute all the response to GDP to the response of tax revenues to the tax shock itself. But government spending, as we have seen, also declines a lot when you have a tax shock. So is it GDP, does GDP decline because tax revenues go up or because government spending goes down? So the unconditional multiplier, which again is the way it's computed in the literature, cannot answer this question. So in order to start addressing this question, we introduced the notion of conditional multipliers. So essentially, it's the estimate of beta yg and beta y tau in this regression. So on the left-hand side, you have the cumulative response of GDP and at each horizon j. On the right-hand side, you have the cumulative change in government spending up to horizon j, and the cumulative change in the cyclic adjusted taxes. And of course, these are endogenous, so you have natural instruments, which are exactly the two narrative shocks that we have used in the impulse responses, UT and QT. So we use the narrative shocks as instruments for the cumulative change in G and the cumulative change in tau. So essentially, beta yg is the cumulative multiplier of government spending, holding constant the response of taxes, and beta y tau is the cumulative response of the cumulative multiplier of taxes, holding constant the response of government spending. And here is the response, what the computer says. So the multiplier, the conditional, so we call these conditional multipliers as opposed to the unconditional multipliers that are estimated in the literature. The conditional multiplier of government spending remains high at 2. The conditional multiplier of taxes is essentially 0. And the reason is these impulse responses. You see that the response of taxes at the top right panel to the government spending shock is virtually 0. So it doesn't make a difference whether you look at the margin, the conditional or unconditional multiplier of government spending. But the response of government spending to the tax shock in the bottom row, the middle of the bottom row, is large. The scale also is different. Notice that the scale is different. And so there is a question here whether the response of GDP, which is actually 0 in this case, is due to the increase in taxes or to the decline in government spending. So that means that the difference, the conditional multiplier of taxes is different from the average, the unconditional multiplier of taxes. While for spending, this difference is trivial because taxes do not move in response to the spending shock. So we do all the standard stuff here. So the weak instrument test, it turns out that because we have two endogenous variables, we use a new version of the standard weak instrument test by Mertens and Lewis and Mertens. And essentially, you can look at the strength of the instruments for each endogenous variable separately. Blue is government spending, red is taxes, and they both pass. So this is the difference between the statistics and the threshold levels. So they're both positive, so they both pass the weak instrument test. This is the Anderson-Rubin test. So it's essentially, so you have the multiplier, government spending multiplier in the x-axis, the tax multiplier, the cumulative tax multiplier at the vertical axis. And this is the locus of points such that we cannot reject the hypothesis that the conditional spending multiplier is equal to the value on the x-axis, and the conditional tax multiplier is equal to the value on the y-axis. And you can see that, so take the light green region. This is the region where you cannot reject at the 5% level. And so you can see that the light green region for government spending is centered around 2, and the light green region for taxes on the vertical axis is centered around 0, which is a confirmation of the point estimates that we have seen. So again, we are not exploiting all the data set, all the data that we have so far in this version, but one thing we are doing is so far, we have used a comprehensive shock to government spending taxes, which includes the current shock to current spending and the current shock to future spending up to period 3, to horizon 3. Now we split it. So we use the Q1T is the shock to current taxes and current spending, and Q2T is the shock to future taxes and future spending. And so we can call it current tax shocks, and the second one is tax new shocks. So we have 4 instruments, 2 for taxes, 2 for spending. And I will spare you the impulse responses, because now you have 2 sets of impulse responses for each instrument. But it works as you would imagine. And but now you can compute the conditional multipliers using 4 instruments instead of 2, and again the results are the same. For spending, the conditional multiplier is 2, and for taxes it's essentially 0. Now, again, these numbers, of course, are not written in stone. Depending on the specification and the way you scale the fiscal variables with trend GDP rather than logarithmic proportional changes, they change a bit. But what is robust, very robust, is that you never find that the spending multiplier is lower than the tax multiplier. We have a bunch of robustness exercises in terms of samples, in terms of specification, and so on in the paper, and this result is always there. So let me conclude well ahead of time. So we have a bunch of evidence on the aggregate effects of fiscal policy in the EU based on a new data set, narrative data set, a comprehensive data set. And we introduced the notion of conditional multipliers that takes into account the response of tax revenues to spending shocks and of spending to tax shocks. We find relatively large conditional expenditure multipliers and relatively small tax multipliers. Again, let me emphasize that you don't have to take these numbers as written in stones, but the gist of the paper is that there is no evidence that, at least to say the least, there is no evidence that the tax multiplier is larger than the spending multiplier. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto. You can see that Roberto was involved in one of the many government spending reviews in Italy. Massimo.
First of all, thanks for the invitation. And it will be the first time where the discussion will be longer than the presentation itself, maybe. But I will try to be disciplined myself. Let me kind of summarize the paper. Again, the paper is pretty straightforward, it looks like. But in fact, there is a huge amount of work in there. And I think Roberto has been downplaying a lot all the work that actually was done in that. And I try to re-emphasize it a little bit. So the key question, again, is the traditional one. What are the effects, the macro effects of tax and government spending? I mean, the good thing is that we focus on the European Union. And I have to say that a lot of the evidence is always kind of American biased, or at least kind of really focus on that. So I really applaud the effort here, and I think it's great that we have kind of kicking a little bit on the side of Europe, so they use also a kind of a unique data set that it's very, very rich. It's compiled by experts of the European system of central banks, and again, the big chunk of the work here is actually on this distinction between exogenous versus endogenous. So basically, at the ECB, they measure these measures. No, they quantify these measures. Okay, I'll go through a little bit in a second, but they don't necessarily classify how much was exogenous with respect to the business cycle. Okay, because clearly that was the focus, and endogenous to the business cycle. And you have to do a lot of kind of reading, going through interpretation to go through that, these steps of the narrative approach. And I mean, you mentioned 14,000 observations earlier, and they actually do it manually for 5,000 in the Big Four. This is a huge amount of work. And of course, then they feed the train machine learning algorithms to do the rest. which is also quite innovative in that respect, but there's a huge amount of work involved. Then they use kind of traditional panel, local projection methods, and they distinguish these unconditional versus conditional fiscal multipliers, which is, I think, is a very fair point. I don't necessarily apply to all empirical works, because if you think about even kind of, maybe applies mostly to local projections, where they kind of zoom only on one instrument, ignoring the other. But if you think about a vector autoregressive model where basically everything is in that, you know, this is somehow accounted for. But still, given the trend is going towards more and more into local projections and making it sometimes as parsimonious as possible, I think they're making a great point on that. Results are kind of, say, what Roberto said. Multipliers are large, around 2 from the very beginning, and pretty stable. When it's about tax multipliers, maybe 1, maybe 0 even. 0 in the medium term for sure. So it's a kind of results that clearly deserve some, the results I'm just reporting here, these are results that deserve some kind of clearly deeper understanding. Now, just general comments, I already mentioned some of them. I was amazed, by the impressive amount of work that they did. My kind of problem a little bit with this is that it's a confidential data set, okay? And I will say something more about this in a second. But it's 14,000 individual measures spread over 30 categories, okay? 27 countries. Mostly the analysis is post-2003, but for a bunch of countries they even have it from much earlier. Now, as I was saying, there's a huge amount of human work, okay? And they use the classification that typically Romer and Romer use for tax shocks in the US, okay? Where basically the idea is, okay, I want to measure as exogenous to the business cycle. Any measure that has nothing to do with the business cycle, and maybe must be due to debt reduction, deficit reduction, or some external sources, COVID, even health reasons, okay? And you have to do, I was saying, a lot of reading through that. And then they use also quite novel, this machine learning technique to kind of extend it to the rest of the country. So I think that's really very innovative, very nice. They distinguish, I was saying, this unconditional and conditional, and the results are very robust. Actually, I was surprised how robust they were when they start playing around with a group of countries, samples, take away this part, extend this part, and so on. Typically, when I've been working myself with panel data, you always have to be a bit careful, but what if the panel is not huge, okay? Still, it was pretty strong. And also with tax elasticity, how you cyclically adjust the fiscal measures and spending definitions. Still, if some of you read this paper and say, okay, in a sense, well, large spending multipliers, okay, the tax are very small, seems like a free lunch here, okay, you can tax, there's not really kind of too much of a cost in that. And not because I don't trust it, because I mean, I'm very agnostic in this sense, but clearly it might deserve a deeper, okay, drilling, or the results to kind of convince a potential reader or even referees and so on. And this is where I'm going to focus mostly on the data set, okay, and empirical strategy, without being too philosophical about which theory might match or might not match, okay, what you find. Now, first aspect, I mean, I love the narrative approach in general. I think it's, whereas in monetary policy, we see that this high-frequency identification is kind of becoming dominating. In fiscal policy, the equivalent of that is basically the narrative in some respect. But the narrative costs a lot of time, a lot of efforts. And I think for someone that wants to approach this, I think I recommend to go through the presidential address of Roma 2023, when they say, okay, if you want to do like a rigorous narrative approach, these are the 4 conditions that you have to have, okay? And they go through kind of reliable narrative sources, clear idea of what you're looking for. The approach has to be dispassionate, consistent, okay, and a number of subsections. And the last part, which is a little bit missing here, is that but you have to make sure that you document everything, okay? So that others as well will be able to check if they agree or not with your classifications. Now, the very confidential nature of this data set, okay, is such that that particular part of the documentation is still missing. I really hope that at least a subsection, okay, or the data set for the big 4 will be at least made available to kind of to reassure the reader, that what you do, because at the end of the day, the classification that you use it, then you feed it to the machine learning. So in the end, you bring any bias that you might have, you bring it there, okay? So that's something that I think is important. But I understand that it's not your fault. There is a kind of a lot of institutional aspects that kind of limit that. But I think to push it through, we'll have to do a little bit more on that. One part, I'm not a big fan of necessarily anticipation, media coverage, and so on, but just kind of maybe give you an intuition how the data set is constructed here. Basically, as Roberto was saying, there are kind of a bunch of projections done each year. They focus mostly on the last projection, the one in the last quarter. Maybe it's done even in December, or T-1 for T, T+1, T+2, T+3, okay? And basically, they construct a shock on whatever information they have in December, but they're based on mostly kind of budget laws that maybe have been agreed September. Thinking about the Netherlands. Now, there's a big chunk on the 3rd week of September, okay, the miljoenennota and so on. Is that the budget is already decided. It has been pre-discussed ample by the media, by the political debate. So you arrive in December, basically it's already been absorbed with time. Okay, so my issue will be on anticipation, not necessarily on the real variables, but if anything happens more from the financial variables, in particular also interest rates I'm thinking about, that could be something that you might be missing a little bit here. And so that's something that kind of I think has to be a little bit more convincingly done, because this issue of anticipation we've all in narrative, also with the paper we're dealing with the rule, it's for us was a kind of pretty crucial. Now, on the empirical analysis, Roberto already mentioned about most of the people. Now, these have a different specification. I'm using the one that I had in the paper, where there are no controls, but there are plenty of controls in that. So basically, the general idea here is that, okay, I regress output on spending, and this is most of the, for example, what Rame and Zubairi do, okay? But or maybe you can do it on taxation on output, but obviously if you don't account for the other instrument, you might miss out on something. You might have an omitted variable bias in practice. So basically what they do these conditional fiscal multipliers that really the two instruments are regressed, are controlled at the same time. Now, this caused, at least for me, for why do we find this, okay? And you can think about here 100 papers that can come out of this. I don't necessarily say that they have to do this in this particular version of the paper, but we have to try to open this black box somehow, okay? And one thing which is very easy to be done is, okay, which are the components of GDP that actually might deserve that? I mean, if there is such a big positive expenditure multiplier, it might maybe come from consumption, okay? Obviously, but let's kind of check it. Or what happens to investment? I mean, these are a lot of bunch of open economies. So maybe on the next export side, we want to see that. But most importantly, at least from my point of view, at this stage, you still aggregate a huge amount. So you go, in aggregate, you got 30 categories of expenditure. It's true that the first 4 or 5 account for maybe 70, 80% of the entire part. But still, you might imagine that, for example, from the taxation side, direct taxation to corporation, direct taxation to household, indirect taxation, you name it, okay, might have very heterogeneous effects. And they do have this data. They just aggregate them, as simple as that. But I think you can easily open them up and say much more on that side. Also on the transmission mechanism, okay, I mean, we don't know too much why you find these results as to come kind of what happens through the via wages, real wages, hours, nominal interest rates, long-term interest rates, asset prices, although with annual data is a bit tricky, okay? And I'm going to get in a second on that. And to me, and most important also, is that it's true that you have no truncation, but at the end of the day, you treat positive and negative shocks exactly the same way, okay? In fact, you actually even have kind of restrictive fiscal shocks that, as you define them, as precisely the definition of fiscal consolidations that you have in the IMF action-based data set. So these kind of would be nice to see, and also non-linearities. It's not very clear to me how these fiscal shocks, if necessarily, for example, expenditure are financed with taxes, and to which degree, or they're taxed or they're kind of financed with debt. I think this is something that you can easily kind of address Now you mentioned this, but I think it is a little bit missing. If someone that works with these fiscal multipliers, they will be aware that the fiscal multipliers are very much sensitive to the way you scale your variables, okay? They make a particular choice, he described it earlier, but I think it's pretty easy to kind of really maybe show in the paper a more comprehensive way of scaling to see how this kind of fiscal multipliers range, and trend GDP you mentioned it. You said it's pretty robust, but still it would be nice to see directly in the paper. Now, one thing, okay, again, as I was saying earlier, these narrative shocks are quantified towards the end, T-1, and then an announcement that was going to happen at time T, T+1, and so on. To me, this is very much a high frequency identification of the shock. Okay, high frequency in the sense of fiscal policy here. So I wonder why you necessarily have to be forced to remain within the annual frequency, okay? And given that most of the action is happening in the last quarter of each year for the coming years, okay, why not kind of going through a more higher frequency, maybe quarterly, and maybe for the big four, which at the end of the day covers 70–80% of the entire GDP that you have in the area. So I think that would be also allow you a lot to address some of the points that I'm going to make in a second, okay, which is a bit more econometric side. But at the same time, we allow you also to address a bit more like the transmission variables working through the financial markets, okay, higher frequency. Now, in fact, these are kind of two small points I want to make, and I was surprised in a way that your local projections don't necessarily put inside directly kind of leads, okay? Alosa, one of the co-authors, is kind of made a very important contribution, actually a very nice contribution, that these local projections might be actually misspecified to some respect because along the horizon that you're estimating, and you should also include, okay, the shocks that happened to which you are interested in. Similarly, I mean, the fact that you use annual data, and we're talking about 15 okay, 15 years, with the H4, and once you take the lags, you might end up using maybe 10 or 11. You're going to have basically a very, very short panel, okay? And we all know that basically panel local projections, fixed effects are dynamic models. You have a nickel bias that somehow you have to address, and these are very persistent variables. So I think I have to be careful on the side. Finally, I want to sell myself a little bit, okay? So I should take advantage of this opportunity, okay? And also, yesterday I was hearing a lot kind of front-loaded, back-loaded fiscal measures. I know the nature that they have, the data set, is basically they have the entire path. These are multi-annual kind of announcements as well, coming from the current, the coming year. We are in December, the coming year, and year T+1, T+2, T+3, okay? Now, some of these kind of multi-annuals are very much front-loaded. Others are a bit more back-loaded. Now, in their papers, they already split a little bit on this current versus news, but this is not exactly the same what I'm meaning here. It's just kind of once you have the entire size of the path that you want to have, it's mostly concentrated and implemented, say, the coming year only, and the rest is in the future, or vice versa. So this is a kind of a measure of credibility, if you want. So what I'm kind of trying to sell now is something that we're focusing on. So now what we do in this paper here, working with a colleague, Mara Marco in Bologna, is that we kind of go back to very much the action-based data set of the IMF, but we pick up exactly the moment of the announcement, not necessarily this annual data. This is something a paper that we did in the past. And we split, simply, kind of these multi-annual kind of fiscal consolidations that are mostly kind of front-loaded versus the ones that are basically much back-loaded. So example you might expect, well, given the kind of the follow-up history of European fiscal figures in Europe, you might think that maybe the back-loaded is not very credible. And this is precisely what we find here, is that the announcements, for example, of expenditure-based consolidations, okay, which are mostly front-loaded, that's going to happen immediately and short, actually, they make the financial markets happy, okay? These are the spreads, okay, yields of European countries. So a front-loaded announced expenditure-based consolidation does lower the spreads, say risk premium, whereas the ones that are mostly kind of back-loaded, not very credible, they just worry even more the markets. Okay? So I just want to, why do I mention that? Because it's something that also potentially you can go with your data set. So let me kind of conclude here. and I've taken some of the time that I had spared. Great and ambitious paper, okay? Unique data set, I really love it. It would be nice if there is a bit more kind of documentability of the data set itself. Very solid and careful execution, but I think there are several points, directions to deepen and to even to expand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and let's collect indeed a few questions. Okay, we start at the back there. That's it.
No, thanks, Roberto. Thanks, Jacopo and co-authors for this great paper. I think it's a great effort to construct narrative measures. And I think AI now has really broadened the opportunity to construct such a database. But still requires a lot of time and efforts to check the output to this database. At the IMF, we are doing similar work where we are constructing narrative fiscal action for 150 countries quarterly from 1955. And we are 20 people, and it's taking really a lot amount of reading and cross-checking all the informations. And there two things are important. One is perhaps document how the prompt evolve, because I suspect that sometimes the first round of prompt, they are not very straightforward, because AI does a perfect job once the prompt is clear and it's clear what AI has to do. And the second really provide a lot of tests to show that what you're capturing is really something that is consistent. Create matrix of scoring, for example, where you score your document by yourself, then you give to AI, they provide with an output, cross-check with an alternative database. I think like this point is important. The second data set, I think, something that we are doing, and I think you have also the potential to do, is to look not only for measures that are exogenous. I think Massimo is right. These are just exogenous to the business cycle. They are not exogenous per se, in the sense that if you want to look the effect of this fiscal measure on debt, you cannot use because they are clearly endogenous to debt. That's why actually the charts of Eric was showing that this effect have zero impact on debt because they are really endogenous to debt. And the third is that even so you break down the various motivations, so they will allow other researchers to use data set for different applications. It's always important then to check exogeneity. Like in the previous IMF action database, Jordan Taylor has clearly showed that these measures are not exogenous. They are well anticipated, and that the linear control doesn't help. So you had to do, IPW, you had to, because of, the way that the probability of a given measures is endogenous compared to a bunch of factors, sometimes that are expectation about future economic activity, and by doing linear regression, this doesn't help. So I think at least providing a sense that your shocks are really exogenous in the sense of rhyming, which means are uncorrelated with other shocks, and are unanticipated, I think this will help a lot to the identification and can help address some of the potentially large multiplier. But great paper, great efforts, and keep the work.
Let's come here, please. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Many thanks for the great paper presentation and discussion. My question is actually on defense multipliers, looking ahead to the next session, but also yesterday's discussion on defense and all the focus in the EU on defense spending. Would you be able to actually drill out, based on your rich data set, defense multipliers and some lessons learned for how Europe and European countries should think about defense spending? I mean, we know, for example, that Europe spends probably 10 times less on defense R&D than in the US, and that defense spending, say, on wages probably wouldn't have much of an impact on productivity and actually growth. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Across the aisle, please, to Marius.
Yeah, I think I should go after because he talked about defense spending. That's my paper, wait. So, no, a very good work and really welcome. And we really needed to have some tax narratives and government spending narratives for Europe. So here, the big four, if I understand correctly, it's France, Germany, Italy, and Spain, correct? So the issue that I see here is that you're looking at a period where we have a sovereign debt crisis that affected a lot Italy and Spain. So some of the results might be affected by negative cuts actually in these countries. So it would be nice if you would be able to, I understand that with 2 countries you cannot do much, but if you would be able to expand somehow the data set to include some more countries, so to check whether your multipliers are sensitive to the sovereign debt crisis or not.
Thank you. Very interesting. I will echo some of Massimo's comments. On top of the decomposition between consumption and investment, I would also have liked to see inflation, how it responds, which is very informative about the demand channel versus supply channel. Second, in terms of the components of G or taxes, recently we have been focusing a lot about stimulus checks, and these kind of transfers are very different, but relative to changes in the tax schedule. So again, if you could have some information in terms of this component, would be interesting. And second, I see also the potential for the following. For each country, you identify a tax at the G shock to that country, but we could also look at the transmission across countries. And it's, you have the wealth of information there to inform us about that, and that would be also interesting.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was wondering, it would maybe also be interesting to control for the state of the economy, so whether the economy is in a boom or in a recession. I guess given you use the local projections, that would also be relatively easy to do. So yeah, I would find that interesting.
Okay. I'll then give the floor back to Roberto.
Okay.
Response also to
thank you very much. Thank you for all the comments. So let me start with the first one. Yes, there is an issue of reproducibility of the results and documentation. I will let Jacopo answer this question.
That's to blame.
So to be clear about the timing, so our data set covers the exogenous, and I will go back to what exogenous means because it has been raised in several questions. Exogenous, surprise, narrative, discretionary changes to all fiscal measures, all fiscal categories. And these are, it records the time of announcement, T, and it records the time of implementation, which can go from T to T plus 10 for each measure. And we cannot record the time that the measure was first discussed in the media or in the policy debate. And I think that's frankly almost impossible to do for all measures. But we do record the time of announcement and the time of implementation. And so this is annual data, so there is necessarily some mismatch between the announcement and the actual announcement and how we record it. So we attribute, if an announcement was made between October of T-1 and September of time T, we attribute it all to year T. Okay, so that's an announcement. Several questions were asked about the breakdown of the components of taxes and spending, the breakdown of the shocks. So it's obvious that the interesting experiment would be to look at the effects of income taxes on households versus income taxes on business, social security contributions, and so on. So that's something that we plan to do in the future. So keep in mind that this was a very first pass at the data. But the problem with that is that these shocks are all correlated. So if you want to look at the effects of income tax on household, on business, on social security contributions, and indirect taxes, there are 4 categories. You have 24 possible Kolesky decomposition, if you want to orthogonalize them, and 24 different impulse responses. So it's not trivial exactly how to do that. Scaling, you raised the issue of scaling. Yes, these results can be sensitive to scaling. They are somewhat sensitive in our case, but not hugely sensitive. So the basic result, the basic takeaway that government spending multipliers are bigger than tax multipliers survive. And I agree, I totally agree that there is an issue of interpretation that the spending multipliers seem too large and the tax multipliers seem too small. And again, we'll see whether in the future we'll manage to narrow the difference. And so you mentioned putting the leads of the shocks in the regression. So it depends on what you're looking for, because putting the leads in the regression for the impulse responses means that you want to look at the effects of the current shocks holding constant the future shocks. But if you're interested in the effects of the shock today and what it means for the future, the average response of the future to today's shock, then you don't want to put the shocks in. So this is for the impulse responses. For the conditional multipliers, you already have the whole path of future government spending that, of course, you have to instrument. So that issue does not arise in the estimation of the conditional multiplier.
No, what I meant is just within the horizon, the estimation horizon. Suppose that you're interested in the T+4, okay? With leads, you only put the leads that happen within the horizon. If you are clearly interested in the horizon T+1, you don't put the shocks, the future shocks there for sure.
So if the shocks are true shocks in the sense they are not serially correlated, it wouldn't matter. If they are serially correlated, then it depends on which question exactly you're asking.
That's fine.
So let me answer some of the questions from the floor. So David, you raised the issue of exogenous versus anticipated. So exogenous, in the sense that these are shocks that are not correlated with the business cycle, is untestable. It's an assessment, it's a subjective assessment based on the reading of the documentation, and it's untestable. Anticipated, it's testable, and in fact, we do find that they cannot be anticipated, and that's why we put a bunch of controls in the level. The amount of anticipation is not huge. It's smaller than we expected, so they seem to be pretty unforecastable, but not entirely unforecastable. Defense multiplier, we might be able to do that. I'm a bit skeptical because for many countries, until the last 2 or 3 years, the variability of defense spending was virtually zero because the defense spending was essentially zero. I'm thinking of Italy and other countries. So I'm not sure that there is enough variability in the past to estimate it, but it might be feasible. Evi, you raised the issue of sensitivity to debt crisis. Yes, we can do that. Then Mario, inflation, absolutely. It's an obvious variable to investigate. The components, I mentioned that it's the obvious thing to do, but it's not trivial exactly how to do it. And transmission across countries, yes, it's an obvious thing to investigate. The last question was the state of the economy. That's also an obvious thing to do. We had the first pass at it, and we found the fairly standard result that the spending is more powerful in recessions than in expansions. But obviously, we have to go deeper into that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so with this, we close this session. We take almost a full half-an-hour break and resume on 11:40, but not before. Joining me, please, for a final round of applause for all the presenters, discussants, and for the questions from the
All right, let's get started. So we've arrived at the very end, last panel of this conference. So yesterday's policy discussion was all about the practical and policy pitfalls associated with defense spending. And in this session, we're going to bring a slightly different perspective, thinking about the macro and fiscal impacts of spending from a different perspective. So we have two papers. The first paper is going to be presented by Jonathan, and João will be discussing it. And the second paper is going to be presented by Evie, and Ethan will be discussing it. So without further ado, Jonathan.
So thank you very much for the introduction and for having me here in general. I'm very excited to present this paper, The Price of War, which is joint work with André Meyer, Gernot Müller, Willi Mutschler, and Moritz Schularik. So let's start. What's the issue here? Well, the issue is that we live in a new era which is marked by heightened geopolitical tensions and outright wars breaking into the open. Yet our understanding of the macroeconomic consequences of wars is surprisingly limited. And against this background, we wrote this paper which responds to two questions. The first is, what is the macroeconomic impact of war? And there are two first-order channels that one may think about when thinking about wars. One is the military build-ups that are usually associated with wars, which have expansionary effects. And the second is death and destruction, which is also typically associated with wars and which is usually described to be contractionary. We reconcile these two channels by distinguishing in our analysis between different types of stakeholders to war. The belligerents, that is the countries that take part in each war, but also the war sites, which not only take part in war, but really those subset of belligerents that face material destruction and violence on their own territory. The second question we answer is, what about other countries? So here comes into play the third stakeholder, the third countries which do not take part in the war at all. And we show that these, in fact, also face substantial adverse economic spillovers from war. And to illustrate to you why this is such an important issue, we've brought this graph with us, which basically shows the frequency with which wars have been fought in the last 150 years. So the purple bars give you the number of war sites, again, those countries which really experience destruction on their own soil, and the red bars give you the neighbor countries of war sites, that is those countries sharing a common border with war sites. And what you can see is that the unconditional probability of being a war site in a given year is 6%, and the probability of being exposed geographically to a war site is 20% per year, suggesting that exposure to foreign war is rather the norm than the exception, as it occurs at a business cycle frequency. Our empirical analysis is based on new data for all interstate, intrastate, and extrastate wars since 1870. We conduct separate analysis for interstate wars, which are characterized by fighting between two or more recognized states, and other wars, which we use as a summarizing category for intrastate and extrastate wars. Think about civil wars and wars for independence. A new contribution of this data set is that we geolocate for all of these wars, the war sites. That is, we identify where fighting took place. And on top of that, for the interstate wars, we narratively identify the casus belli. That is the reason for which these wars have been started, which is key to our identification later on. Equipped with this data, we estimate the dynamic response to the average war. And we find that in war sites, GDP falls by up to 10%, and consumer prices rise by some 20%. As for the spillovers to third countries, we find that these crucially depend on the trade integration of those third countries vis-à-vis the war sites. So if we look at a third country that is not integrated at all, that is not importing any goods at all from the war sites, we see that output remains stable and prices only rise moderately. In turn, if we look at the counterfactual scenario of a third country which imports 3% or whose imports from war sites make up for 3% of its pre-war GDP, here we find that output falls by 2% and prices rise by some 3%. I won't be spending too much time talking about literature, just in the interest of time, jump straight into the data and the results. So how do we arrive at these results? We have new data. We have 3 different types of data sets. So we have macroeconomic outcomes for up to 60 countries starting in 1870, looking at output, inflation, capital stock, TFP, interest rates, equity returns, as well as military personnel and spending, which we source from fairly standard sources. And to identify the moderating effects of trade on third countries, we use data from the CEPI. At the very heart of our analysis, as I already alluded to in the introduction, is the data around war sites. And we identify these war sites in 2 steps, basically. So in the first step, we consult all the databases comprising data on wars and their participants that are out there. That is the Correlates of War Project and the UCDP, to identify all the wars and the countries that took part in these wars. And in the second step, we then geolocate the war sites. And we do this for interstate wars, which are typically, or which for parts are very complex, involving many countries having pretty geographically differentiated front lines. We do this by disaggregating these to the battle level. That is, we really identify all the battles that were fought in these wars, geolocate them, and then we collect for each of those battles the number of death, missing, or wounded people, which we dub casualties, and aggregate them back to the country level using today's borders. We then define the severity of these wars as the casualties incurred over the entire duration in the war relative to the local pre-war population. So this is the severity for the local country in which the war is fought. And for other wars, we basically do the same apart from the disaggregation to the battle level, simply because usually they're geographically contained in 1 or 2 countries, if you think, for example, about most civil wars. The resulting war sites are summarized in this table. So in panel A, you can see the interstate wars, in panel B, the other wars, and in panel C, the combined sample, which forms our baseline analysis and which comprises 694 different war sites. We have macro time series for 220 of these sites, for 319 belligerents, so parties to the war that do not face material destruction on their own soil. Again, think about, for example, the United States in the context of the world wars as compared to France. And we have data on 7,000 third countries. To give you an idea of how the severity of these wars is distributed, here's a chart that summarizes them. I'm not sure whether it's very well visible over there, but the y-axis basically shows the casualties relative to the local population, so the severity, and the x-axis shows the years in which the wars were fought. And so this biggest line here, so the interstate war with the highest severity was Slovenia in the context of World War I, which has faced a series of particularly bloody battles, particularly along the Isonzo front. Also, we see that the Falkland Island War was particularly severe, simply because if you think about how this measure is constructed, it's the casualties relative to the local population. If you have Argentina and the UK fighting on the Falkland Islands, which have a very, very small denominator here, then you will end up with a very severe war in terms of the local destruction. So now let me show you one last descriptive graph, already alluding to what we find in our more rigorous study later on. The graph is basically a bin scatter plot that relates on the x-axis the 5-year maximum drawdown in the follow-up of a war onset to the severity measure on the y-axis. And what we can see is that apparently the deterioration of output, so the output contraction, is pretty linearly dependent on the severity of the war within war sites. But now let's establish this in a more rigorous setting. And for this purpose, we introduce a set of local projections here. What we do is that we relate a set of macroeconomic outcome variables, such as output or inflation in logs, relative to the pre-conflict year over H years, to a set of controls. So these comprise country fixed effects, as well as 4 legs of the dependent variable and first differences, and as well of the regressors, and our war shock terms. So these war shock terms seek to capture the average effect that wars have on 3 different stakeholders: the war sites, S, the belligerents, B, and the third countries, T. So we estimate 3 different coefficients here, how countries respond to wars. So, and this coefficient psi here loads on the interaction of gamma and sides. Sides is in fact nothing else than our shock vector. It's a vector comprising all the countries that we have in our sample, and that only takes on non-zero values in the specific rows in which countries start to become a war site in a given year. And in this year, it takes on the value of the severity of the wars. So think about a scenario where country K is becoming a war site in year T, then the kth row of sites T would be equal to the severity of the war in K. Now, only equipped with the shock term, we couldn't do much, because only with the shock term we know where all the wars have been fought in the world. But we do not know how other countries or what kind of stakeholders other countries are in relation to these wars. And for this purpose, we have introduced this other vector, gamma here, which effectively maps into, so it's a vector of dummies that is mapping whether country I is a site, a belligerent, or a third country in relation to each war that is captured in sites. And in this way, we actually can estimate the average effect to foreign wars for the different stakeholders. But we are not quite done yet, because we now only have a coefficient loading on the average effect of war without accounting for the importance of the war site. So if we were only to estimate this one, then we would actually attribute a war with the severity of 3% of the local population in Liechtenstein to be the same as one in the United States or in China. And for this purpose, we introduced a second term here, where we effectively have a variable which is very similar to the gamma, but which is not anymore taking on the value of 0 and 1 in the case that a war breaks out, but it takes on a measure of weight, so to say. How important is the war site for the rest of the world? And in our baseline here, where we measure the average effect, this is simply the war site's population relative to the world population. And when we estimate the specification, we can then trace out the dynamic effects that wars of a certain severity and a certain importance of the war site have. So we have here the average size of the war site plotted, which is 3% population of the world population and 2% casualties relative to the local population. And what you can see is that we see a stark response of output and inflation in the war sites, with output lagging behind some 10%, almost behind the trend, and consumer prices rising by some 20%. Now, I also told you that we are not only looking at the average third country and belligerent. We also want to know how they respond depending on their trade integration vis-à-vis the war site. And for this purpose, we can simply redefine this mapper epsilon here to not capture the demographic weight of the war site anymore, but to capture now an economic weight, and in particular a bilateral economic weight. So now each value in epsilon will not denote the size of the sites anymore, but it will denote the bilateral, the imports of any country I from the war site relative to country I's pre-war GDP. And when we plot the response of output and inflation now again, we arrive at this picture. So the blue dashed line here gives you the scenario where the third country is not importing any goods at all from the war sites. And the red solid line gives you the scenario where the imports from the war sites correspond to 3% of the pre-war GDP of the third country. As you can see, output contracts starkly and prices increase as well for the exposed country, but not for the other one. The same holds for belligerents, albeit a bit stronger. When we look at the response of exports and imports themselves, again here the average responses across war sites, belligerents, and third countries, we see that in third countries and belligerents, in third countries and war sites, the exports as well as the imports seem to decline in the long run. And for belligerents, the exports decline as well, albeit they rise the exports rise for belligerents initially. Though what we find is that when we drop the world wars from our sample, this positive response for the belligerents ceases, which suggests, in our opinion, that these positive export effects in belligerents are mainly due to very complex global wars, which involve complex logistics among war sites and belligerents. This may also be responsible for the slight uptick that we see here for the imports in war sites. For third countries, we also see the same pattern, that those which are exposed via trade linkages to the war site see lower exports and imports. By the way, these are always in percentage points of pre-war GDP. We also looked at a series of other outcomes. So for example, at the capital stock and TFP, where again, the pattern emerges that the war sites appear to be worse off, which seems quite natural. We also looked at the long-term interest rate as well as at equity return indices and at military spending and military personnel. Interesting here is that this is the only response figure where we really see the same response of war sites and belligerents, which makes sense from the perspective that the belligerents also engage in fighting probably to an equal proportion as the war sites do. As for the robustness, we looked at several things here. So we excluded the world wars jointly and separately. We employed alternative severity measures, restricted the sample to shorter and longer wars, and a lot of other things. Some further evidence that we found interesting was that we found that wars also lead to a deterioration of democratic institutions, particularly in the war sites. So we see a decline of judicial independence, media freedom, and institutions in general. We looked at winners and losers, and it appears that in interstate wars, everyone loses economically, but it appears that the losers to war lose more than the winners. So that summarizes pretty well that response. And we looked also at neighbors at war and how they react on top of trade linkages. And the idea here is that the neighbors to war, they are facing a non-trivial risk of the conflict expanding and therefore also perhaps deteriorating investment and equity returns, which is what we find. Let me spend the last few minutes talking a bit about causality, because at least for the other wars, causality is hard to establish, I would say, especially when we look, for example, at recent episodes in Haiti, which were also like for parts triggered by rising oil prices and so on. We all have perhaps some anecdotes in mind with regard to how war itself has been influenced or may have been influenced by short-run economic considerations. For interstate wars, this looks a bit different. So we do not see any anticipation effects, neither in growth nor in inflation, preceding interstate wars. This is consistent with typical assumptions in the fiscal policy literature, where military spending tends to be used as an instrument for fiscal spending. But there's also some countervailing evidence. So for example, there are some studies that have shown that apparently the US is more likely to go to war provided they are in a recession and the president is up for re-election. So what do we do to reconcile these conflicting views in the literature? We conduct a narrative analysis in the spirit of Romer and Romer, where we classify the casus belli for all the interstate wars in our sample. So we are now moving in the subset of wars that are only interstate wars between multiple states. And for all of them, we want to find out, were they motivated by short-run economic considerations? And we come up with 8 non-exclusive categories for which wars have been started. The most common one being nationalism, with 57 wars in our sample, followed by power transitions and security dilemmas. We, however, also found 6 wars for which we at least could not exclude short-run economic considerations playing a significant role in their outbreak. One of them being particularly the Falkland War, another one being the Italo-Turkish War, which was preceded by a severe mass emigration and is by some sources also attributed to short-run diversionary domestic politic motives to divert the public from the ongoing recession. When we re-estimate our sample on the subset of narratively identified interstate wars, we arrive at very similar conclusions as we did in our baseline. And I would like to emphasize that our baseline is not driven by the interstate wars. Even if we restrict the sample to the other wars, which are completely orthogonal to what we show here in the sample, we arrive at similar conclusions. The same holds for third countries, albeit we, of course, observe somewhat wider confidence bands because we just threw out 2/3 of our treatments. I would like to caution against one thing when approaching causality here. What we did now was to exclude that what we observed prior to the war is driving the war. And we tried our best to go into narrative sources to make sure they really were not started for these reasons. However, it's not perfectly observable that there really were no economic considerations at play. So for example, a country may also go to war because it anticipates a future economic development in its adversary. This is something we have not checked for. We think this is not at play here based on our reading, but we cannot 100% exclude the possibility of this playing a role here. But some piece of evidence that we have in this regard also in a follow-up project is, for example, that we look at equity returns, which are typically forward-looking and which also do not see a deterioration prior to the onsets of these wars. So, I'm concluding early, I think. What have we done? We have looked at the macroeconomic impact of war. We find large adverse effects in the war sites, and we find that trading partners on the war sites also pay a substantial price as well. As for the mechanism, we had a bit more on the mechanism in prior versions of the paper, which also included a fairly standard open economy model that was rationalizing these patterns. Here our findings were that there was a supply shock which dominates in the war side and which spills over to third countries via a shortage in intermediate inputs. For belligerents, we found that these effects may be partly offset also by the expansionary effects of military spending. And we think of these findings having particularly important insights or relevance in the context of monetary policy, because as you can also see from the figures, we are dealing here with very, very large, very persistent adverse supply shocks that are differentiated in a geographic or that are differentiated across different countries, which is a particular challenge for monetary unions. Thank you so much.
We now have João, who will discuss the paper. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, thanks for inviting me to discuss this very, very interesting paper. It was a pleasure to read, although, of course, the topic is far from pleasant. So one question that people have been trying to think about, at least since antiquity, is what is the cost of war? So if you go back to Thucydides and you talk about the Peloponnesian War, and one of the discussions that exists there is, what is the cost if one nation state or one city-state decides to go to war? And before you think that this is something that only exists in history, this was the motivation for US policy during the Cold War. So if you read Kissinger, Kissinger is obsessed with the concept of a rationalist war and with the cost of war. And to my mind, sort of the crucial object there is to understand exactly what is this economic cost. And this is one of the contributions that the paper does. And a lot of our understanding comes from World War II or wars in developed nations like the United Kingdom or the US, both of which usually involve relatively speedy recoveries. So trying to understand exactly how this operates in a wider sample of countries may be important, and this is what the paper does. And so the paper starts by assembling an enormous data set, roughly 150 years, 60 countries, data on war sites, belligerent, trade links, the casus belli of war. I mean, it's an incredible amount of data work, and yet I'm just summarizing it in a bullet point. Okay, so let me just go through the empirical design again. Jonathan did a great job, but I think it's important just to fix ideas. Most of what the paper does is based off this estimation of a local projection. So on the left-hand side, you have data at the country year level, and you project it on a series of controls, fixed effects, etc. And then the first terms of interest are these ones, which are going to capture what I'm going to refer to as the direct effects of war. So what happens to a country that happens to be a war site, what happens to a country that is a belligerent, what happens to a third-party country. And then there's a third part, which can, in the initial estimation, is simply the importance of this war site. But in the second part, and I think perhaps most interestingly, is the effect of trade links. Meaning, what happens if my main trade partner or one of my big trade partners suddenly enters into a trade disruption? And if you read, say, medieval literature, one of the main things that concerned merchants in Venice or in Genoa was if there was a war in China, because that closes the trade route. And so basically, you can think about this as the Silk Road coefficients. They're just capturing the effects of disruptions along trade routes. Now, the authors are very, very careful not to jump and give this an immediate causal interpretation. But one of the advantages of being a discussant is that I can be way more optimistic about the paper than the author. So I will give this a causal interpretation in everything that I talk about, because in a sense, wars very rarely take place only because of economic conditions. There are many other factors at play. And here I'm sort of shamelessly plugging my own work with Effie Ben Melek. OK, so let's go through the results. First result, war leads to a depression in the real economy. So you have a very persistent drop in output with a slight recovery, and a drop in TFP also with a recovery. So output does not fully go back to the pre-war level because the decline in the stock of capital is persistent. There's also a jump in the CPI, but then it kind of stabilizes around year 6. Also a decrease in stock returns and an increase in interest rates. So this would be sort of the baseline result. War is not good. But if you sort of integrate all the effects on output, you can sort of come up with a measure of the actual economic cost of war. Second result, even if countries are not engaged in war, but happen to be exposed to these countries, so in blue we have countries that are not exposed, sort of the reddish series is countries that are exposed, you still have a depression in output, you still have a fall in capital stock, TFP increases, which is somewhat puzzling, and I'll return to this later, and there's also a decline in overall trade with exports and imports declining. Finally, if you compare winners and losers, in terms of output, both lose, although winners seem to lose by less. So part of this could be just an appropriation of surplus as a result of the war. When you look at the CPI, it seems like the effects are far more persistent when it comes to losers. OK, so let me then start by thinking about exactly what's happening with these spillovers. So the paper documents these relatively large effects on countries that have trade links to war sites. The idea is that you have a significant trade link, you rely on these intermediate inputs, or you rely on this on a market for your own goods, so you lead to a larger drop in output. However, trade flows tend to be shaped by geography. That's sort of the whole concept of gravity equations. Language, distance, historical ties, all tend to drive bilateral trade. These also may affect independent spillover. So if you're very close to a war site, you're also more likely to trade with it, and you're also more likely to suffer the effects of the war, even if you're neither a belligerent nor a war site yourself. Meaning that there is a need, at least in my mind, to try and separate spillovers from trade from pure spillovers that arise from geography. And fortunately, in the specification that the paper runs, there's a very easy way to do this, is simply to include the interaction of distance with all of these war sites. And then what you're going to pick up via the trade exposure is effects that are driven entirely by comparative advantage, rather than ones that may be driven by distance. Second, why does the capital stock decline? And this is kind of puzzling in the following sense. In most trade models that you can write, so if you think about an Eaton-Kortem type of model, you can always write output at the sector or country level as the product of TFP, this is sort of the usual total factor productivity. A term G that I'm calling gains from trade, this is just the ability of being able to source cheap inputs from abroad, and then just a production function. So one of the things that the paper documents is that TFP increases for countries that are sort of exposed to trade. So the marginal productivity of capital goes up, so I should want more capital. However, imports are going to decline, meaning that you're no longer able to source these cheap inputs. And so one of the things that's going to happen is that effective productivity is going to go down. And this in turn means that you want less capital. And it seems like in their results, this trade effect tends to dominate. So it's one example where the absence of gains from trade is really going to be driving a lot of these macro effects. Okay, I need to speed up. So now let me talk about the price level, and I'm going to try and do this without entering into discussions about the fiscal theory of the price level. So why does the CPI go up? In my view, it's because wars lead to high deficits. So when you have a war, you have an expansion of military spending, which either leads to an increase in government spending or a substitution of other government spending with military spending. So G will either go up or remain relatively stable. Second, war tends to lower economic activity, and so you're going to lower your tax revenue. If you're talking about countries that become war sites, literally tax collection becomes, let's call it, difficult. If you are involved in a civil war, it becomes impossible because you lose part of the control of the territory. Another result that here again, plugging my own work, is that real government debt also tends to decline after wars. So if you have all of these things, there's only one way to make the government budget constraint hold, and that's with an increase in the price level. So in this case, the increase in the CPI is driven entirely by the fiscal side of the war. And one of the additional consequences of this, and we also tend to observe this around wars, is that you have a massive nominal depreciation that most of the times is not followed by a real depreciation. So there seems to be sort of perfect pass-through in these things. And it also tends to be worse for losers, as they are unable to capture any surplus. Okay. And another issue is, Jonathan showed a table where we see that the mean and median wars are sort of either 2 or 3 years long. So most wars are not that long. And yet the effects are incredibly persistent. And the question is why? Or if you'd allow me, why are the effects so persistent when TFP tends to go back to the previous level after 5 years? And the answer is that capital drops. Now, the drop in capital that the paper documents from a quantitative standpoint is consistent with either pure capital destruction, so war destroys infrastructure, destroys factories, and so the capital stock drops, but is also consistent with simply a massive reduction in investment. Because if you think about a drop in the capital stock of about 2.5% or 3% over a period of 8 years, that's consistent with just normal depreciation and setting investment rates to very low. But, of course, as capital goes down, the marginal productivity of capital is going up. So, in fact, you would like to invest. Moreover, when the country is sort of collapsing, potential equity returns are very high, because that's just the way equity returns work. But what, in fact, they document is that there's a massive downturn in terms of equity returns. They never recover. You never see a pickup. So the recovery that we think about after World War II for Europe, you never see it in the data when you sort of systematize this across countries. And the question is why? To my mind, there's 3 mechanisms. The first one, simple one, financial frictions. How do you fund reconstruction? Well, if you want to rely on internal capital markets or even informal capital markets, particularly after a war, you need to be able to pledge collateral. If there is no capital to pledge, because all of capital has been destroyed, or a large part of it has been destroyed, you end up with a credit crunch. And in fact, when we look at the data, we see that wars tend to be followed by a credit crunch, at least as far as domestic credit is concerned. Second, if you are borrowing from abroad to account for the fact that domestic capital is scarce, and you observe a large nominal depreciation, the actual cost of funds is going to be very, very high. meaning that the price of capital at home is going to be very, very high. And that is potentially one of the reasons why capital remains very low and why a recovery never takes place. Finally, if the trade links are broken, or if the trade links are sort of unavailable, and a lot of these countries are actually importing their capital goods, then the fact that trade is more expensive also makes capital more expensive, which in turn slows down reconstruction. So all of these things suggest that most of the recovery after a war is hampered by the fact that the country can neither finance its own reconstruction with internal funds, or external funds that are available are usually very expensive. And that's what drives this very long persistence many years after the war has ended. Finally, I wanted to end with what I call the good news. TFP tends to recover quite fast. And this is a good thing, because at least there's one part of the consequences of war that is not incredibly persistent. So again, if you think about a simple decomposition of output, assuming a Cobb-Douglas production function, 8 years after the war, output is roughly 5% below. This is for sort of the countries engaged in war. TFP has gone back to level. Capital is 5% below. So what I take from this is that also labor has gone down by about 5%. Now, one thing you might have in mind is that, well, this is a simple decline in population. But one of the things that they show is that population only really declines by about 0.1%. A second effect could be that there simply is a crowding out of the private sector in the sense that military personnel is expanding. But that increase in military personnel then dies out. And so people in principle should return to the labor market. And so why is labor going down? Why is effective labor going down? To my mind, there are three potential reasons. The first one is a permanent decrease in labor force participation. This is unfortunately one of the many consequences of wars that lead people to simply become incapable of working. The second one is a brain drain, or a human capital decline. In the early days of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was a lot of movement of relatively rich and well-educated Russians through the Scandinavian countries. And this is something that we have observed in many, many wars, because people with high human capital are also those for which it's easier to escape the country in order to avoid conscription or participation in war. Finally, it could just be that war is not the right time for people to be concerned about making investments in future human capital. And so I leave this question sort of for future research, but in particular for Jonathan, to think about the consequences of war for human capital, because that's another way in which the consequences may be very persistent. And I see I have 23 seconds, so let me just conclude by saying that despite the fact that I have 12 slides, I actually had very little to say about the paper, because the paper is really very good. It's unfortunately, and will continue to be, a first-order question, and they kind of do everything. And I wanted to leave you with this last message, which is my interpretation of their result on spillovers, which is that if countries that are not engaged in war but are somewhat exposed to it also suffer the consequences, then it's also in their best interest to prevent wars elsewhere in the world from taking place. And this opens the door to questions about the role of trade networks in the prevention or escalation of conflict. Thank you.
So we can open up the floor for some questions. There was a question here, I think Rodrigo, and then a question by Anna first here. Rodrigo?
Thank you. Very interesting and very sobering at the same time. So two very specific things. One is to throw debt to GDP on the left to see the cost of this. We have a really good data set at the fund on historical, so probably can be used very easily. The second one, let me go back to the issue of labor. I understood that the base case is 3% intensity, so that means that 3% of the population dies in the conflict. Is that correct? Assuming that's correct, in terms of working age, probably is like, I don't know, close to 5 to 10. So quite a bit of this may be just you don't have the bodies.
Okay, there's a question there.
Yeah, just briefly. Yeah, very interesting, but sobering indeed. Two short questions. The first is, did you also look into the years before the start of the war? So let's say countries that have been able to build up military capacity before the start of the war were more able to buffer the shocks than during the time of the war? And second, did you also control for external support? So countries that received larger external support were also able to buffer the shock a bit more. And then I also had the question on debt, which I think would be really important.
Thanks. It's a question right back, and then Marius.
So thank you very much for the very good presentation and discussion. I was going to say that I enjoyed it, but I mean, so my question is the following. I mean, the data set is really amazing, and with 60 countries over a long time. So I was very kind of worried about the very long-term cost of war. So after 8 years, GDP is still not going back to the pre-war trend. So my question is, could we exploit a little bit the cross-country heterogeneity to see, you know, what conditions kind of accelerate the recovery after a war, whether this is fiscal space, external support, as Nadine said, or that, I don't know, capital is replaced with more technology advanced capital, or is it the countries that have less brain drain, as the discussant mentioned. So it would be really interesting from a policy point of view to understand what can we do to really accelerate recovery. Thanks.
I think Mario's here, and then
Very interesting. Two questions. The first, I'm trying to understand a bit the numbers. So the war side, GDP falls by 10%, and then for an adjacent third country, 2%, even if your exposure is just 3% in terms of imports. So that sounds to me like a very big spillover. I'm trying to understand why. It sounds too big, that's all I mean. The second, maybe related, is I suspect there must be a lot of heterogeneity in these effects, both in terms, you know, on war sides and in terms of the spillover effects. And, you took a specific cut in terms of trying to see how this, this heterogeneity correlates with trade exposure, but getting more information about this heterogeneity would be interesting.
Thanks, great presentation, discussion, and also very sobering. So having been in charge of the IMF macro framework on the Ukraine program for 3 years, so many of the things are quite relevant. I have one broad question, which is the end of the war and how the war ends matters a lot in terms of GDP impact and actually other macro variables. Have you actually looked at how do wars end in terms of, do you have peace, armistice, there are winners and losers, and this will certainly shape as well how the impact would play out. Thank you.
We have 2 more questions. We'll quickly squeeze in 2 more questions. I wanted to give everyone a chance to ask a question. So
thank you. Very quickly, triggered partly by the remarks by the discussant. My understanding of the results on inflation were that it was most due instead to the fact that when you move to a war economy, you lose production for regular goods, and so there is scarcity and there is an increase in the excess demand. Of course, I guess there's also some measurement error. I don't know how many resources are devoted to measuring prices during the war. And I was wondering whether you have information, maybe, I don't know, about say the price of specific goods that can give you information as to, to discriminate between these hypotheses.
Okay, and one last question, I think, at the very back over there.
Thanks, very interesting stuff. Actually, one question already was asked by Resta, but I have another one. Did you try to look at the cost of war in terms of consumption? Because I think that there's quite a potentially a big difference between rebuilding versus scrapped capital, which and also like the assumptions about the scrapping rate that the war may induce. But I suppose the effects on consumption might be quite different than some of your effects on GDP. Just whether you thought about that. Yeah.
Quite a few questions. We still have some time.
So I'll just start right out with the last question, and I think it's an excellent point, and I think we all should bear in mind that output may be a very poor measure here of societal welfare. We did not really look at consumption simply because the long-run data during wars were not as reliable as we would have liked them to be. So now, to the first question, debt to GDP. We have looked in this, either in this project or in a follow-up project, but I have estimated this graph. It significantly rises, of course. I can't give you a total number on this now, but I can come back to you if you are very interested in it. Regarding the people that die, so the casualty measures that we have, this measure does not only involve the local population. So first of all, it's not only people dying, it's dead, missing, or wounded people, and it also contains prisoners of war. So 3% does not mean that 3% of the local population die. And because we infer this number from disaggregated battle casualties, for example, when we code France in the world wars as a war site, these casualties also comprise German casualties. So these are really all casualties that are incurred or inflicted on the soil of one specific sovereign country. And it serves as an approximation of the overall damage that is inflicted within this country. Years before the war, I think this is a super interesting question to look into. You may run into problems with identification, I would assume, but I think it's super interesting to think about how actions that countries have pursued prior to war modify the response that they have to it. We have not looked into this. I should say also at external support we have not looked into. Yeah, similar this question. Okay, regarding the big spillovers, yeah, I agree. We were surprised as well, but it is a very persistent feature in the data. And actually, we have a very early open economy model that we had to, or we have it. We had an advanced open economy model in there, which we threw out in the most recent draft, but which was actually rationalizing this. So if you're interested in how these large spillovers are constituted, I would suggest you to look into the early draft. I think it's the currency PR discussion paper, but I can't reconstruct it right now. Also the heterogeneity was very, very prominent. Also, the end of war I found very interesting, but here again, it's very difficult to establish conclusive and causal findings here, simply because the ending of the war is most likely also driven by the performance of the economy during the war. So you would basically condition on the outcome of the economy to trace out how the economy does in the aftermath of the war's ending. And at least ad hoc, I don't know a very good approach to this. If you have, I'm very happy to write this paper. Yes, to the specific goods, as you already anticipated, the large horizon that we have here, historically speaking, prevents us from taking a more disaggregated view. But I would assume that looking into what goods are repriced and taking a more disaggregated view would be possible, provided that you look at the more recent period and also include, as we did in our baseline, intrastate and extrastate wars, because they were not as rare in the last 30 years as were the interstate wars in centralized economies. And I think
you're out of time.
Yes, I think so.
Very
Unfortunately, love to.
So we can have a lot of good bilateral discussion. So our next paper is going to be by Evie, and Ethan will be discussing it. And this is going to be on the offensive power of defense news.
Yeah, what we have to make sure is that the speaker, the thing works. Okay, perfect. So we start well. So I think the organizers do it on purpose to put the Greeks last, because we yell so that you can hear us pretty well. So I apologize if you will find me yelling. So this is joint work with Nadav Benzev and Elena Scola-Gagliardi, who is a PhD student. And what we want to do in this paper is that what you have been asking yourself yesterday and today. So we have seen many times these graphs in this conference, so we have seen it yesterday during the panel discussion. And we have discussed the fact that in most countries, developed countries, we have observed this fall in defense spending, this negative trend in defense spending. And I would say I'm very happy about that. I would like to finish my talk here and go home. But unfortunately, that's not the case. What we see now is Rearm Europe, Readiness 2030, activation of GDP, GSP escape clauses, big programs for reinforcing the defense industry in Europe. And then we see also the support of the European Investment Bank towards military investments, and also individually in different countries. I think these things that we have already seen yesterday is that we see the Bundestag approving like the escape clause, which is something like that you don't see very often, Bundestag doing this stuff, and also like the NATO also supporting this increase in defense spending. So, and if you look at the European Commission, they have, like in their leaflet, they have a sentence that says, fully leveraging these financial tools will have positive effects for the EU's economy and competitiveness. So this is what the European Commission says, and we are like asking exactly the same question. So this is not actual defense spending. Defense spending has not happened yet, or like it started happening. The issue is how this news about defense spending can affect the European economy. So that's what we are going to ask in this paper with Nadav and Elena. So we are not having data, so we are going to draw inference from long historical data for Europe on defense spending, and we are going to use annual data for many Western European countries, and we will use data back to 1960s. And in order to be able to draw inference, what we're going to do is that we're going to use a panel structural vector autoregression. So, you know, I am back, Roberto, to SVAR. I didn't abandon them for local projections yet. So, and what we're going to do is that we will identify in these structural vector autoregressions, this panel data for different European countries. We have 17 countries. These defense news shocks. So the defense news shocks, I'm going to identify them by using medium run restrictions. What does this mean? You know, usually we use the Cholesky to identify shocks in the VAR by saying, okay, look, we will assume that government spending doesn't move today. That's what Roberto's work is about. Then there is another type of restrictions that we use that we say, okay, if we identify a demand shock, then output and inflation should move at the same time. So this is sign restrictions. Now, the maximum forecast error variance restrictions, they are putting restrictions in how the shock explain the forecast error variance of the variable of interest. Now, for this identification to make sense, I need to have a variable that I should think is exogenous. So as a result, I think that military spending is exogenous. Like, I don't think that we go like to spend on military spending because like we are like in a recession. Maybe in the US it can happen, but like in Europe, I think that it happened less. And then the other important assumption is that, okay, I will assume that the shock, the innovation I'm trying to recover is maximize the forecast error variance of defense spending at some horizon, 5 years, 10 years, but at the same time will not affect defense spending today. So my basic specification is going to be just what I told you. Then, because some people are incredulous, I'm going to also show you results in which I am going to also cut these shocks from any other kind of shocks that might affect output contemporaneously, and I will explain you why. So we started this paper because we wanted to make a methodological contribution. Why? Because we are in Europe, and most of the times we take inference using US data, and we say, oh, okay, defense spending can have these effects, look at the US. No, we have data, and our contribution here is mostly methodological because we want to use this European data. So we have this annual panel for a long period. So we want to extend these medium run restrictions, these forecast error variance restrictions, to a panel and use European data in order to draw inference. And as we can do that with defense spending, maybe future researchers can do it with other types of shocks that they could be news about the economy. So that's what we are trying to do. Let me tell you the findings. News are good. This defense spending should work. Actually, they're going to stimulate output, consumption, and investment, and employment. The output multipliers are large, like they are for Roberto, and I'm sorry, I have tried everything to bring them down. I'm still trying, but they're big. So, what I'm going to show you is that they're also larger from the US. And one would be like, okay, but in Europe, the R&D in Europe is very small. Like yesterday we were saying 1%, 2%. But you have to understand that in Europe, I think the mechanism is different. In the US, the defense contractors are like firms that they just produce missiles. In Europe, we have this dual technology. Like Leonardo or Airbus, etc., they don't produce just missiles or just planes. They also produce goods that actually we consume. And maybe this is the spillover that we have in Europe that the US doesn't have. So anyways, we will see that later. The other thing that happens is that in Europe, what we have is that the military spending is actually crowding in government investment, and it's crowding out other types of government investment, which is probably productive. I'm from Greece, I know about that. So all good, but there are going to be some losers, and the losers are going to be the workers. Why? Because we show that defense news can actually increase income inequality. In other words, if I would look at gross operating surplus, that I haven't done yet, we haven't done yet, we saw that this kind of increases. So it is going to go to the firms at the end. Now, I'm not going to go to the related literature because I have Ethan here as a discussant, and he has a paper where he relates everything about military spending, so I leave it up to him. And I will just tell you that this paper doesn't come out of the blue. I have worked with Nadav in a previous paper on this defense news in the US. So this is like a natural extension of the methodology we have used there for Europe. So let me explain you the methodology as much as I can and in little words. So what we're going to do is that we're going to have a panel where we are going to put the macroeconomic variables of each country, and then we will assume that this vector of variables for each country will follow a law of motion that will depend on past information about the economic condition in this country. Then we're going to have fixed effects, mean effects that they're going to be country-specific. You don't see the thing I know. And then we will have a shock, which is going to be the reduced form shock. Forget about the details about d-means, etc. We can come back to this later. So now this will give me the law of motion of the economies that we have in the panel, given these reduced form shocks. But these shocks are correlated. I need to have a structural shock. I want to identify something that will be kind of, exogenous, and I can call it defense news shock. So the way I'm going to go about it is that I will transform this reduced form to the structural shock, and I need to use some kind of restrictions to be able to call it structural. So what I'm going to do is that I will take the 8-step ahead forecast error of this VAR that I'm using, and I'm going to write it in a format in which I will be able to look at this forecast and try to maximize the forecast error variance at this horizon that I want, which is 5 years here. So I am actually using this methodology, try to solve this optimization problem by choosing the optimum gamma. And here, the restrictions that I'm going to impose is that this shock is going to be orthogonal to the first element of the matrix, which is going to be defense spending for me, and the second is going to be the news. And then I also normalize that it is going to be equal to 1. Okay, so now it is even going to be more science fiction, but basically we're going to estimate this using Bayesian estimation and inference. And what we are going to do is that we're going to assume a normal inverse Wizard prior, like the Jeffreys prior. Now, I'm not going to talk to you about the details. This is like a long procedure. What I want you to notice is that we are going to apply a sandwich estimator. It's very nice. I have heard about donut estimators. Now we have also sandwich, where we want to make sure that what we're going to get as inference is going to be like robust. Now, you understand what I'm doing there. I have different units, different countries, and I'm pooling them together. So what I want to make sure is that my pooling is not pressuring the countries to give me the same answer. So when I'm going to interpret my estimates of the pool estimates I'm going to get, what I'm going to think about is as the effect that I'm going to present to you today is going to be a weighted average of what defense spending would be for each country. Okay? So, good. If you understood that, then I am not going to go to a lot of details. Data, 17 Western European countries. You know, we have data which is an unbalanced balance. So we have Belgium, France, Italy, United Kingdom. They start in the 60s. The rest of the countries starts in the 70s. We have annual frequency. The data from defense spending come from the CIPRI, which is the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. And the macro data come from AMECO. So this is a very European project. So without further ado, let me show you the responses. I apologize for the many graphs, but just follow me. So what happens is that I have identified this defense news shock. So this shock, by definition, should not move defense on impact. So what I see is on impact, you see the left upper panel is defense spending. So it doesn't move at all. It moves through time, and it goes to a maximum around 6 to 7 years after the shock. Now, besides the fact that the defense spending is not moving, output is increasing significantly on impact. The same happened with consumption, which is next to output, and to investment, which is just below defense spending. Now, employment is also increasing with a little bit of a lag, and I see a fall in the real wage. We explain in the paper that this is not actually robust. And I see a little bit of inflationary effect, not too much, just on the impact period, and an increase in the interest rate, which is kind of compatible with the fact that I have an increase in demand. Now, I need help from the people there. Can you please check the GPR thing? No? I just wanted to show, yeah, the GPR, there, that's good, that's good. So, I mean, we're talking about defense spending. I am using a very statistical method to identify these shocks. So I want some kind of external validity. How can I do that? I say, OK, look, I have identified my defense spending the way I did. Let me see what happens to the global geopolitical index. And you see, besides the fact that I didn't put any restriction there, you know, it increases significantly on impact. So I do identify something that looks like defense spending. Can we go back? OK, good. All right, now I will handle. So if we look at multipliers, we see that multipliers in Europe are much higher than the ones that we report in the US. And we have many multipliers in the paper. Maybe Ethan is going to talk about that. But what we see is that we have multipliers that they're high, and they continue to be high. Now, how is the propagation mechanism? So one thing to notice is that our shock is increasing significantly and persistently on the right-hand panel there, government investment. So what I am doing in this slide is that I run a different VAR in which I augment the benchmark with government investment series. And what I see is that in response to my shock, you see the rest of the responses do not change much. The government investment is also increasing significantly on impact and persistently. Now, we think, OK, where these effects come from? So we want to investigate how much of these effects that we report are coming from a supply-side channel. So I have an increase in defense news. Can I consider that this defense news are going to bring more R&D? So what happens to TFP? So we're looking at the effects of the TFP that comes from the world tables, which is not perfect, it's not utilization adjusted. But still, we're like, okay, let's look what happens to the series. So we run the same VAR, the same variables, and at last we put the TFP. And as you see, it increases significantly on impact. Then it was like, okay, let's, maybe this is not a good measure. Why don't we go to the European Patent Office, and instead of TFP, we get European patents. So that's next. And we see also a significant increase of patents after the identified shock. So all this is very nice, but as I said, they come for a cost. If I look at the labor share, I see a clear fall of the labor share after the shock. So it is not all roses. Guns bring also some inequality, which is not good. Now, the thing is that if you are incredulous, you will be like, Evie, you know what? You go there, you take the data, and you try to make the most out of them, and you maximize the forecast error variance of defense spending. And by doing that, actually what you do with your methodology is that any shock that moves defense spending in the future will come out as a defense spending shock, as a new shock, but maybe it's not. Like, think about if you have a fiscal rule in which output is a certain fraction of output is actually going to defense spending. Like, let's say that this is done by 2%. So then what you're doing is, like, if there is a relationship between output and defense spending, you are calling me something defense spending when this is just like nothing. It's like movements in output. So here what I am plotting is the cross correlations between defense spending and output for blue line, big 5, not big 4, big 5. Then green line, all the countries in the sample, and red line, the US. So contemporaneously, I don't have an issue. I have an issue in the lags because it looks like that the output is actually, current output is actually predicting defense spending. So somebody will come, and rightly so, and will say, look, Evie, I think what you're doing with your identification is not very good because maybe what it is there, it is some output shock that you're calling defense spending by saying that it maximizes the forecast error variance of defense spending in the future. So maybe I get richer and I have more money, so I spend them for defense because I think that they're going to attack me. And then this results as a defense spending shock. So, I mean, we can do something about that. And what we're going to do is also trying to catch many birds at the same time, is that somebody else of you probably will tell me later, but I'm trying to anticipate, because the paper is about anticipation. Is like, okay, but you put all these countries together. You didn't tell that to Roberto, but you can tell it to me. So I'm like, okay, let me put a unified number of countries. So what I'm going to do, I will take the big 5. They look very similar. They have a similar industrial production, blah, blah, blah. And moreover, I have very reliable series for TFP that come from a recent work that Antonella Drigari, my friend, with other people from the Bank of Spain have launched. And I encourage you to look at them. They're both quarterly and annual. So I'm going to use a better series for TFP, and I'm going to use only these countries. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to kill completely the TFP responses. And because you might also tell me that, you don't put any fiscal measure there, maybe we see an increase in government spending, but then we have at the same time a fall in taxation or something, I will put their public debt to GDP. So you're tranquil about this as well. And maybe you will tell me, yeah, but commodity prices can also affect output. I will also put commodity prices and make sure my shock is orthogonal to commodity prices as well, okay? And that's what I'm going to do, and here's what I'm going to get. So I have the increase in defense spending. I mean, obviously now I look at a different sample. My sample starts in 1995, different countries. So, but still, the defense spending increases with a lag. Output reacts positively on impact, consumption as well, investment as well, employment. Debt to GDP actually is falling because of the increase in output, and I have the same effects that I showed you before. If I look in terms of multipliers, this is the dynamic multiplier. You see it is still positive, and is positive like in the short to medium run. So if you were worried that this was an artifact of my methodology, Now I hope you will go home and sleep better, as I do. Now, given that I have these countries and I have killed completely the TFP effect, I still see positive responses to defense spending. So I want to understand where are they coming from. So what I will do today, because my co-author, these programs, you have to understand this posterior estimation of Bayesian, it takes forever. So he didn't yet got the results. So I present you what he got, okay? And this is preliminary. Maybe at some point we have to refine them. So I'm going to look at government spending, and I'm going to see the components. So for these big five, what I see is that government investment still continues to increase with the shock. Now, if I look at general government, which is you have to concentrate always on the right bottom, okay? When I put government spending in the VAR, you see this is not moving, and if anything, it's falling, which means that there is a crowding out. So government investment comes in with defense spending. Total government bill doesn't change, which means probably they cut on the ladies that you go there and they are fixing their nails, which is not a big thing, which is not a bad thing, I mean. So maybe the effects that I find from government spending come from this crowding out. The other thing that we want to investigate, we haven't done yet, is that we want to look at industrial production because of this dual technology in Europe and see whether we see in sectors like the automotive industry, we do see bigger industrial production or bigger investment in these industries than in the rest. We haven't done it yet. And I have to also apologize because these results, Ethan didn't get them, so he got only the first ones. I hope it's okay. So let me conclude. Defense spending news can actually stimulate the economy. They work both through a TFP channel, but I cannot cut my hands on that. They also work through the crowding out, and there I can cut my hands if you want. And it is relevant, and it can work for Europe. It can work for, it is a winning strategy. So let's take this positive message. Today, St. Nicolaus are bringing a present to you. And the other thing that we have to notice is that it is also working right now as we talk. I went to the German statistical office. You know, Germany had negative growth rates of output until now. Now, defense spending news come, and the third quarter of 2025 is already positive numbers. So it is happening, all right? So I will leave you here sometime before my time has finished. I would like to thank you very much, and I'm very looking forward to your discussions. Thank you.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and thank you, Evie, for the really good and important paper. And I am well aware that I'm the last thing standing between you and lunch and getting to your flights, and so I'll try to be brief. I mean, this is a very nice paper. As Evie mentioned, I wrote a review article earlier this year trying to summarize what we know about the macroeconomic effects of defense spending. I'm now working on, based on that paper, an article for the annual review of economics that, given which will probably be quite different because there are so many people doing excellent work on it this year. But when I wrote the paper, I really was confronted with the challenge that most of the evidence we have is from the US. And so, when you're trying to give advice to European policymakers and you say, well, the Korean War stimulated economy through this channel, and they say, well, I mean, this is not the Korean War. And so it's really, really good and very important too to have more knowledge on Europe, and certainly in this review article, both the current and previous work of Evie and Nadav will feature prominently in them. So what do they do? I think Evie explained it very well, but let me just kind of recap. So it's a European panel vector autoregression. We'll talk about the methodology in a moment, studying the effect And what's interesting here, and as Evie said, very relevant to current circumstances, that they're looking at defense spending news and not at the ultimate spending, only at the ultimate spending itself, which is quite relevant to what's happening in Europe now. And they find, quite consistent with Roberto's findings, a relatively large multiplier on military spending and driven by TFP growth. It builds on previous work by Evie and Nadav in the US and other papers. Yeah, so, okay, Evie talked a little bit about the identification, but let me give kind of the methodological contribution here. So the earlier contributions really that use structural VARs to identify fiscal or other shocks used short-run identification, either through timing restrictions, as in Roberto's work with Olivier Blanchard, or finding some instrument to these residuals from a vector autoregression forecast of these shocks. There's a separate literature that looks at kind of asymptotically where these shocks go to eventually, as in Blanchard and Qua's work that tries to separate demand and supply shocks along the business cycle. This paper contributes, and this really is an important methodological contribution to try to identify fiscal shocks through trying to match the path or to maximize the ability of the VAR to the shocks to forecast within the VAR the trajectory of the variable of interest. So essentially, the VAR is giving you these forecast errors, these residuals, and you're saying which combination of these residuals, except for the defense spending shock, is going to best predict defense spending in the future. Okay, so I think this is quite an interesting way to approach it, and I think quite useful. Okay, so now it's my job to also comment on the paper and make some observations. So number one is on the mechanism. I am very sympathetic with the mechanism that defense spending can contribute to TFP growth. And if we want to kind of see recent things, we have here, Leonardo unveiling an AI-based Iron Dome over Europe. And so, we're seeing innovations in real time and actually really quickly relative to the news. We see that is a picture from Helsing, an AI drone company in Munich. Also seeing, it's been active since 2017, but now really ramping up its production since the war in Ukraine. And at the bottom here, you can see these army of drones in Ukraine, and those bar charts are showing you might not be able to see it, but 2023, 2024, 2025, the number of drones produced in Ukraine. Ukraine moves from essentially producing no drones to now producing so many drones that it's actually producing more than Russia and exporting drones while it's at war. So, this is quite a remarkable increase and must be associated with massive productivity growth, at least in that sector, if not more broadly. Okay, now, in terms of the mechanism, here I have some questions. Because, this is a popular explanation, and which I very much am sympathetic with, that the TFP comes from these R&D investments. And sort of the recent reference is Antonin Diaz and Surico, who do indeed show that there are long-run gains from military spending through R&D in the form of productivity growth. So you can see there what happens to TFP. It kind of permanently increases, and you can see that patenting eventually increases. But these things these things take time. It's not that, we we announce some defense spending now, and all of a sudden we have R&D and TFP, and all of this is happening, this quarter. And so while that is a plausible possible mechanism for maybe medium-term productivity, it seems to me a little too much to ask for it to show up in the data almost contemporaneous to the announcement. In my own work, this actually should be 2024 from a paper I published last year, I look at learning by doing in US aircraft production during the Second World War. And what you see on the left-hand panel is what happens in response. And there are a lot of these learning by doing papers, but they were written in the 50s just showing correlations. I try to be more careful about the causal identification. I won't get into the details of that. But what you can see on the left is what happens to TFP in an aircraft manufacturing plant that receives more orders for its product relative to other plants that saw a shift in demand away from them. And you can see that TFP does grow, and these are, up there it's quarters, down here it's months. And you see that within the first year, you're already seeing these learning by doing effects. You're seeing TFP growing by about 1/3% within the first year. And it appears persistent, at least within those 2 years. On the right-hand panel, what we're seeing is kind of the mechanism of the mechanism here is that the effect is substantially larger in plants that were initially, at the beginning of the war, already operating at high levels of capacity utilization. That is, many hours per worker and high utilization of capital. And you can see that they see greater TFP gains. And what I document in the paper is that indeed what happens here, that might sound surprising. The firms that are most struggling to produce see more productivity growth. I call this phenomenon learning by necessity. The fact that you receive more demand and you're already operating at your capacity constraints, and that's the moment at which you say, okay, there are these new technologies to adopt to improve my production techniques. I bear the fixed cost to kind of upgrade my technologies to be able to mass produce. Kind of as an aside for European policymakers, I'm hearing a lot, does Europe have the capacity to do this? Are we not at full employment? Can we do this? And I think our capacity is not limited by what static view we have of our capacity to produce. We need to think a little bit more dynamically about what will happen. Okay, but coming back to Evie's paper, as I said, I mean, maybe in a self-interested way, I believe that the mechanism is more likely to be, in the short run, through a learning by doing effect than by a R&D that is more lagged. But even relative to what I document, this seems a little too fast. I mean, to have a TFP, so we're looking at a shock to future defense, a news of future defense spending. Defense spending itself has not increased. Defense spending, but defense production lags defense spending, okay? And now we see immediately a TFP response. So conceptually, what has to happen here for this to be the response to the news of defense spending is that somehow non-defense producers are becoming more productive now because somehow of news of future defense production. Indeed, this may happen in dual-use corporations, but again, I think the mechanism is a little bit slippery here, and I would want to kind of understand a little bit better how this is happening so quickly. And so, yeah, so this, I think it's something that needs to be investigated a little more and kind of trying to piece away maybe with sectoral data, understanding where the TFP gains are coming, et cetera. So I think just documenting more carefully the mechanism of the mechanism. The second comment I have, somehow the title of the slide should say comments to the puzzling real wage response, is that the real wage is responding in a way that it's very, very hard for me to find the theory that would deliver this response, okay? So if the mechanism, okay, so to get large consumption responses, let's forget TFP for a moment. But if we thought TFP wasn't responding, a model in which consumption is going up, there's some kind of Keynesian mechanism going on there. These type of Keynesian mechanisms usually are associated with increased labor demand. But what we're seeing here is higher employment and lower wages, which seems like almost like a labor supply shock. So it's hard to understand how you would get large multipliers, but also a decline, or such large multipliers, but also a decline in the real wage. Now, it becomes even more puzzling when we think about the TFP response, because if TFP is going up, somehow the proceeds of that TFP is going to be distributed, roughly 2/3 to workers and 1/3 to capital. You have to have like a really massive reallocation here for that TFP to harm workers' wages and not pass through at all to workers' wages. Somehow capital is becoming very productive, substitution from capital. So I mean, again, the mechanism here is unclear. What is the framework that would deliver a decline in real wages? So those are really my two main comments. I'm a bit reluctant, at this point in the conference to get into the weeds of econometrics, but I'll just kind of throw two comments here. The first comment is regarding the fixed effects in the specification. So currently there are country-specific fixed effects, but in a VAR you already are controlling for lags of all variables. So that country fixed effect is pretty much redundant, because all the information about individual countries will already be absorbed into those lags. So I don't think the country fixed effects are really buying so much in terms of improving identification. There's also a technical point, which the bias is usually very small, so I'm not going to kind of pick on that, but there's sort of the Nickel 1981 bias that you shouldn't have lag-dependent variable in the same regression as country fixed effects. But I mean, I do that too, so I'm not going to give you too much of a hard time on that. I get that comment all the time, so I'll pass it on to you. But I'm wondering, and maybe I'm kind of not understanding what is possible or impossible in this specific specification, but to include time fixed effects, and that is going to allow for identifying off of relative defense news in different countries. So for example, you don't identify off of the common effect of the end of the Cold War, which is confounded with a lot of other things, but you're identifying by the fact that Greece after the Cold War is increasing its military, while Germany after the Cold War is decreasing its military, but the common effects of the end of the Cold War might affect both those countries the same. So there might be some gains that can be made there. And then another, just again, almost throwaway comment is whether you can't, I think the same comment was on Roberto's paper, but whether it's possible to do this at quarterly frequency. I mean, it seemed, if I'm not mistaken, the only variable that really is restricting you to move to higher frequency is the defense spending. But defense spending is relatively slow moving, and so would it be terrible to interpolate to quarter? You have all this data at quarterly frequency, and would it be such a sin to interpolate the military data alone into quarterly and then be able to exploit the full high frequency of the data? But all these comments are in the context of this is a really useful and important paper, and I've definitely updated my priors updated my priors upward on the effects of defense spending on the European economy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we open up the floor? There's Francesco, Mario, Davide.
A very interesting paper. So I have a question on measurement. So there is a recent paper that probably Evi is aware of, that is RNR by Briganti and some other young authors that basically document that this news effect in Remy's work about news about G is driven by the fact that initially military spending, defense spending shows up in inventories. So that's for the United States. So I was wondering if there could be something going on about measurement also for European data. And the story goes that first when these orders, so companies start producing more and building up inventories, and then only later this gets registered as G-shock, and much later, almost 2 years later. So I was wondering if this big jump in output that we see could, in principle, be driven by the same phenomenon.
I think Marios first, then Davide, and we'll go back there, Eric, and Dimos.
Very, very interesting. The two questions is, one, I would have liked to know how different this would look if you had identified the news about G as opposed to defense spending. And, you know, it could be interesting if they are different, given our priors about how different types of spending matter. The other is, in terms of the identification, I understand that you try to control for some other shocks driving output, but we know technology shocks and commodity prices are not main drivers of the business cycle. And the impulse responses you get for consumption, output, and even TFPs, not utilization, it's just TFP. So basically, we're seeing utilization moving in the high frequency when we see this. But it looks very much with the same shock you would get if you had identified the max share to output. So my question would be if, no? Okay. My question would be if you were to first purge out for the movements in output and then look. And again, it's tricky what we're identifying from that, but that would also be informative.
Yeah, thank you. Davide?
No, very nice paper. 2 comments. One is about the identification of the shocks. I think in Europe, I tend to believe that actually defense can be endogenous. And actually, we see now that it's been endogenous to country-specific conditions and time varying. So for example, even now, you have like a domestic escape clause that has been relaxed. And the countries that actually are planning to do more are those that have a larger fiscal space, while countries that have lower fiscal space, they're not doing. So there could be a situation where, yes, countries that would like to do defense spending for non-economic reason, but whether they ultimately do and how much they do, that depends on several factors, including economic conditions, fiscal space, etc. The second is about assuming that the shock is really like a defense shocks, you show that geopolitical risk increase. So to me, this means that the execution restriction is not satisfied. So what you are capturing is not the effect of defense, but it could be the effect of defense news that move defense, yes, but also move geopolitical risk, which has a direct impact on economic activity by increasing uncertainty and others. If this channel is at works, it actually may sort of tone down some of the direct effect, because assuming that the geopolitical risk and geopolitical uncertainty has a negative effect on output, by controlling for this channel actually should get even a larger effect. And further on the TFP, indeed, if you try to use, we are doing a similar work, if you try to use a cyclical adjusted measure of TFP, what you see is like it's completely flat and it doesn't move much. Even after 5 years, the response are very, very small. But, you know, very nice paper.
Thank you. I think Eric, it was Eric next. Yes. And then Heike.
Yeah, so thanks for the great presentation. So one question on TFP. So I guess it's revenue TFP. So it can be either, the rise in TFP can be either a rise in markups or a rise in TFPQ. I have the impression that at least in the short run, it can be a rise in markups, and which would be consistent with the drop in the labor share. So could you say anything on this?
That's a good point. One more question here, and then Dimos. Sorry.
Thanks, also very nice presentation and discussion. My question is, I mean, if I would take your multiplier of around 2, but then when you compare most of economic forecasters recently, when they looked at, say, Germany or some other countries, I mean, like the gross dividend has not been very high in their, forecast update. So just trying to square what you find in terms of your in your multiplier vis-a-vis what economic forecasters are actually seeing on the ground right now? Thank you.
One last question by Dimos.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation and discussion. Maybe I've missed it, but I think there is one very significant difference when it comes to TFP, the impact on the labor market, especially when it comes to news and how these translate into the economy, which is the specific economy. One is thinking about Greece versus Germany, for example, or the US. An exporter of or an importer, because military spending, unlike other government spending, probably is much more, prone to leakage, if you want to call it that. So, would that be? Is it better to put that, incorporate that kind of distinction in the data itself, or maybe in the model? Thanks.
Thank you. Back to you, Evie.
Oh, thank you so much. So first of all, I would like to thank you because I thought that you would tell me, okay, now let's go. So, and you're asking so many questions, that means that I really appreciate. So let me start thanking Ethan for his discussion and for his nice words. So yeah, the immediate TFP responses is something that bothered us at first sight before even we did these orthogonalizations. So the issue is that we cannot impose into data things to not happen. We're going to be subject to Lucas critique. TFP is an endogenous variable if we think about it. That's why we do the orthogonalization with respect to utilization adjusted TFP when we look at the big five. So instead, what we have done to try to look to see if this TFP is coming from something else is to kill the pattern responses that we would think that they are more exogenous, and the results we're going through. So, and the patterns were indeed increasing with a lag. So I will connect this to Eric's points, and thank you very much. Yeah, it could be related to mostly to markups rather than actually anything else. Now, regarding the real wage response, I think that there's a complete section in the paper where we explain, because you see, Nadav is a purist. So he said, if we are going to use the Ameco series, we will use them for everything, okay? So the real wages of Ameco are deflated with a different way than if you would take other real wage series and you deflate with GDP deflators. If we deflate with GDP deflator, wages go up. So there is something wrong with the data series, but he said that it would be suspicious if we use one series for one thing and the other for the other. So we put the explanation there in the paper. Now, regarding country-specific trends, we have thought about it. Not time-fixed effects, I don't think they're needed, but time-specific trends we did. Now, another thing that I would like you to appreciate that I didn't really talk about it a lot is about this nickel bias. We have 50 years of data, so nickel bias is 1/T, it goes away. So the bigger is T, the better. So we kind of deal with that by looking at this long annual data. Now, as I said before, Nadav is a purist. If I would tell him to do interpolation, he would kill me. He would not accept that, It's no way. I don't know if he listens to me there, Nadav. It's true. So, we have to do the maximum we can with the tools that we have. So I wouldn't like to interpolate. I can tell you. That's a very good comment, Francesco. Thank you for inventories. Actually, I don't know about the paper of Brigandi, so I better do. And actually, we can look. I think we can find data on inventories and see how they change. But the beauty of what we're doing is, you see, we are very agnostic. So maybe, we recover these shocks. Maybe it comes from the inventory mechanism, and that's why the immediate TFP response. So I think that you tried to help me, and thank you. I'll have to look at this data. Marios, I like very much your suggestion. We have tried actually to look at the share that maximizes the FEV of output in the futures, like in your paper with Fabrice and Harris. Thank you. The responses do not look the same. I need to say two more things because they ask a lot of questions and I don't want them to think that I didn't. So Davide, for example, Yes, we do think about the fiscal space, and yes, Demosthenes, we do think about the heterogeneity that I didn't present you here. We do think about these things, and we try to account for them. And actually, it is true. If I look at the multipliers for countries that they are military producers, like France, Italy, Germany, the multiplier is higher than it is for Greece. Like, I think it makes sense. And also, fiscal space here also matters. Like, I understand that there could be political factors or support or whatever, but I wouldn't, that would affect defense spending, but I wouldn't think that we are in the condition in Europe like in the US, in the sense that, okay, we have a recession, why don't we go to Venezuela and try to get rid of somebody? You know, I don't think we have this, case in Europe. Here, I think most of the defense spending that has been done historically was for some good reason. I don't think it was to avoid the recession or something. So I wouldn't think that this is the case. So I want to leave it here. The GPR index increases, so exactly output according to Jacobiello should fall in Caldara. For us, output is increasing, so for me this is encouraging that I'm doing something right. So thank you for this comment, and thank you all very much. And more than anything, thank the organizer for inviting us all, and this was a very helpful and insightful conference, and I wish you all well to do more than that.
Perhaps this is a nice way for me to just give a brief word of thanks and close this 7th edition of the ECB's biennial conference on fiscal policy and EMU governance. And I'm so pleased that this, for the first time, it was done jointly with the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF. So let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the European Central Bank for their hospitality, for their close collaboration. To all the presenters and to the discussants for a really rich set of papers and discussions, and also to all the organizers on both sides of the Atlantic who've done really a phenomenal job collaborating and just seamless coordination all the way through. So Jacopo, Dimos, and all of your colleagues here and back in Washington for helping organize this event. So I'm not going to try to summarize. There's just too many questions that came up. I mean, we know the conjuncture. We realize that Europe and the world at large face a whole set of complex new and old challenges. I mean, so the old, you know, we were talking about defense here. None of the old challenges have been resolved yet. We're still in a world of really high debt. We're still moving to a world where population aging and other pressures are going to be putting huge strains on public budgets. We're still asking questions about monetary-fiscal interactions. We're asking questions about credibility, how the public will react. What do asset markets think? So there's a whole slew of questions that we raised in the course of these 2 days. We received a lot of valuable insights on how to answer them, but also we opened up a Pandora's box of a whole new set of questions that are out there for our profession to answer. So just to conclude, I'd like to reiterate how much we value this IMF-ECB partnership, because it really provides a forum for bringing together policy institutions such as ours, the academic world and think tanks and others, to really think about the pressing questions that our countries are facing, and perhaps in our small way to try and find answers to these questions. And we really look forward to continuing with this collaboration. The IMF has a fiscal policy and sovereign debt network, so this conference was organized under the auspices of this network. I hope to see many of you in our next workshop that will take place in April 2026 in Washington, D.C. That's joint with the ECB, as always, and then our sort of seminal conference. So hope to see you in Rome in June in 2026, and our conference will be taking place jointly with the Bank of Italy and Bocconi. So see you in Rome or in Washington. Thank you all, and safe travels. Thank you.